This doesn't work.
Hæ? Hæ? Ja, men den virker ikke. Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah. Good morning. My name is Sverdrup. Dear Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to this year's military power seminar. Title of the seminar is NATO Back in Europe, a return of geography. As some of you have noted, this is the 16th time we arranged the seminar. Unfortunately, military power has not become less relevant. During the last year, the security situation in Europe has changed dramatically. In the Middle East and in Northern Africa, the situation is difficult, and it is getting more and more difficult. We've observed that the building bricks of the political system and the Westphalian order are being challenged and transformed by radical groupings and sectarian conflicts. As war is unfolding in Syria and Iraq, people are suffering. Many have been killed, hundreds of thousands have been forced to move to neighboring countries, adding additional stress to the region. Thousands have no choice but to start a risky travel, some across the Mediterranean, and some are fortunate to be picked up and saved, other end their life at sea. Norwegian vessels sailing in the seas are not unaffected by this, and they encounter these refugees at their sailings. We also note that the young Europeans, men and women, also some Norwegians, are joining in on the fighting, and these foreign fighters in turn represent an additional security challenge for our society. If we move to the eastern part of Europe, which is the main focus of this conference, the picture is also dim and radically different than just 10 or 12 months ago. If we, tomorrow is the 21st of November. A year ago, 21st of November, it was the first demonstration at the Maidan place. And I think nobody could have foreseen what has since happened. In February, Yanukovych fled. We have since seen the annexation of Crimea. Later on, a war in eastern Ukraine with more than 40,000 people killed and perhaps up to 1 million people displaced. Although a peace treaty has been signed, there is no peace. In between all of these events, we have also experienced the shooting down of a Malaysian passenger flight carrier, killing hundreds of civilians. The ongoing Russian intrusion in eastern Ukraine has sparked a new awakening in the West. Security politics, NATO and military activity is again put at the forefront of the heads of decision makers. In the economic field, we observe wide-ranging sanctions and counter-sanctions. And at the political scene, the diplomatic exchanges are heated and trust among the parties dropping. This is just a radically different picture to just 8 months ago. Jens Stoltenberg, the new Secretary General in NATO, recently said that Russia's actions in Ukraine are in breach of international law, they have severely damaged trust, and they pose a major challenge to our Euro-Atlantic security. In short, we are in a radically different situation than we were only 1 year ago. And the prospects, I must say, also looking dim. Geopolitical risk is then now become a key word. However, we also note that the concept of geography and territorial control is being challenged by cyber warfare, economic dependencies, international informational war, hybrid war, etc. And the short and long-term implications of these developments is not easy to comprehend, and it's not easy to find good solutions, be them political or military. So we need to build new knowledge and to exploit our experiences. The Military Power Seminar, I think, has demonstrated over time the fruitfulness of bringing together the defense community and research institutions like NUPI together. In a troubled world, we need more of such interactions and more of such joint projects. Hopefully the conference today will help to shed light on some of the key issues that I have addressed. What will be the developments in Ukraine? What will the developments in Ukraine mean for NATO and Europe's relationship with Russia in terms of security, economy, political and societal relations. A second set of questions relates to the readiness of NATO. Are we ready to respond to the updated Russian military doctrines and capabilities? And what is the status of Article 5 today? Finally, Norway, of course, is not unaffected by this. What do this development mean for the Norwegian-Russian relationship and for the Norwegian armed forces? The program today, I believe, is an exciting one. We are delighted by the fact that the Norwegian Minister of Defense, Eriksen Søreide, I must say, one of Norway's most knowledgeable foreign policy and defense politicians, will give the keynote address. She will also be kind enough to engage in a Q&A session afterwards. Now, conferences like this just don't happen by themselves. So there are always a lot of efforts behind them. So there are some small green men, so to say. And the Military Power Seminar is a joint effort between the Norwegian Defense University College and NUPI. And the seminar has been put together in the program by researchers from these institutions. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Admiral Louise Dedike and her dedicated people at the Norwegian Defense University College and my good colleagues at NUPI for their efforts. So on that note, I wish you all the best and look forward to a good discussion. So please, I will now give the floor to the Minister of Defense, Eriksen Søreide. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, or should I say gentlemen, there are very distinctive, very distinguished ladies here as well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this year's Military Power Seminar. This is, I tried to count, my third seminar, so I'm becoming a seasoned traveler now. And I would also, at the outset, use the opportunity to thank NUPI, to also thank the Norwegian Defense University College for putting this together, because as Ulf said, this just doesn't happen. You have, as always, staged an excellent program. And it's always a pleasure to be here to discuss issues of common concern with you. And we simply need to, I think, all together, to address a broader audience with respect to defense and security matters. We need to reach out and to engage a wider public. Last year at this seminar, we discussed the lessons learned from Afghanistan, or just as importantly, the lessons lost during a number of years having conducted operations far away from Europe. I remember presenting quite a candid assessment with regards to NATO's ability to conduct its core tasks. The issue is as relevant as ever. And to put it bluntly, to what extent are we, Norway and NATO, prepared and capable of handling Article 5? I have for a number of years addressed the need for NATO to strike a better balance between crisis management operations out of area and collective defense in area. I will continue to beat that drum. Our armed forces deliver high quality in many important areas. And I would like to add, in some areas, even world-leading quality. We've made significant contributions from all services to international operations for many years. And we do deliver peace and security in daily operations at home. I'm very proud of all our men and women serving our nation. But to stay relevant and capable, faced with security challenges closer to home, we need to address the shortcomings in our readiness and capabilities, and we must constantly look for ways to improve. As Ulf, I believe that few, if any, expected the fundamental changes in European security that we've seen over the last year. The challenges around us are increasing, and they are coming closer to our territory. Unrest and conflict is not something new in Europe's periphery. But the same year, where we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. Our shared vision of a Europe whole and free is again challenged by those who disregard international law. We once again have armed conflict in the midst of Europe. New geopolitical realities must be taken into account when calibrating our new policy. My attempt this morning will be to offer an account of our changing security environment and how this accentuates the need to develop our armed forces. Let me begin with our neighbor to the east. Over the past years, we've witnessed a more self-assertive Russia. Previously, the Russian military capacity could best be described as a sledgehammer. It was capable of a massive blow, but it was both imprecise and took quite a long time to prepare. Russian reforms, however, have made its military forces more precise and more versatile. They can also be moved, deployed, and employed on very short notice. And over the past years, Russia has increased its military presence in the High North, both in terms of announced training and unannounced snap exercises. The strategic components of the Northern Fleet are being upgraded, and new fighter aircraft, helicopters, and air defense systems are being allocated to the region. Putin has declared that the High North is of great importance to him, and this has been matched by more military activity. Russian airplanes are flying more frequently and further down the Norwegian coast compared to a few years ago. They're also flying in bigger formations. This can be illustrated by the number of scrambles conducted by Norwegian F-16s. In the whole of 2005, we had 16 scrambles identifying 23 Russian aircraft. In 2013, we had 41 scrambles identifying 60 Russian airplanes. So far in 2014, we have had 41 scrambles identifying 67 Russian planes. This, as you see, does not indicate a dramatic increase, but a trend in Russian activity over time close to Norwegian borders. Russia has also demonstrated the will to use military means to promote national interests. The aggressive actions in Ukraine have led to tensions between Russia and the West. And the relationship is now at a historic low compared to the end of the Cold War. These actions have caused unpredictability and great concern in Europe, especially among Eastern European countries. Although there are some historical parallels between these countries and Ukraine, there's one great difference. The Baltic states are members of Nato. And let there be no doubt about this. Any kind of military aggression against any NATO country will have an allied response. Subtle forms of conducting warfare, like hybrid warfare, do not undermine the value of Article 5. The principle of collective defense is as valid today as when NATO was formed in 1949. Despite a more self-assertive Russia, I see no direct military threat to Norwegian sovereignty. Norway also have a very different historical experience with Russia. We have a long-standing border, and we've had peaceful relations with Russia for more than 1,000 years. And even in today's tensions, our geography requires us to cooperate in certain practical areas. This is why, although we have suspended our military-to-military cooperation with Russia, we have maintained cooperation on some important areas like Coast Guard, Border Guard, search and rescue, and incidents at sea. We've also kept an open line between our national headquarters in Reitan and the Northern Fleet. This is to avoid misunderstandings and to maintain predictability in a vulnerable region. Norway and Russia have shared interests in keeping the High North stable and peaceful. I want to emphasize that the current tension between Russia and the West is because of Russian actions in Ukraine. In the long term, Norway seeks a constructive cooperation with Russia, but it requires that Russia changes its behavior. However, even when the dust settles, the security landscape in Europe will remain different for years and years to come. We will be faced with a different Russia. The trust that Putin's regime has broken will take a very long time to rebuild. Our policy towards Russia has two key elements: firmness and predictability. That is why we emphasize the importance of existing treaties on arms control, on confidence and security building measures. We encourage Russia to show transparency concerning changes in the Russian military organization and its doctrines, as well as predictability with regard to ongoing and future exercises and operations. But Russia is not our only security concern. The issue of geography and the role of NATO come to mind also when looking at instability and conflict in our southern neighborhood. South of Europe, a series of weak and failed states stretches from West Africa via the Middle East to Central Asia, presenting both the risk of and de facto instability, terrorism, and armed conflict. We have a terrorist group causing great concern to international security, only a few kilometers from NATO's border. The developments causes enormous humanitarian suffering, and ISIL's brutality goes beyond human imagination. But it also represents a grave threat to our interests in the region and to our homelands. The conflict in Syria, for example, have mobilized a number of Norwegian citizens to take part in the civil war as jihadists. To prevent these failed states and unstable states from destabilizing neighboring countries or being used as safe haven for terrorism, there will be a demand for international assistance for years to come, including military assistance. The fundamental shift in the European security landscape underlines the importance of a ready and capable NATO, both for Norwegian and for European security. We must work hard to strengthen NATO, both as a military and as a political alliance. Because NATO is much more than its military component. It is a political alliance of shared values, shared principles. And it's the most important forum for transatlantic security consultations. But to be politically credible, we also need to have necessary military capabilities and be sufficiently prepared. I think the NATO summit 2 months ago gave a very clear response to the challenges I've just described. Collective defense was again on top of the agenda, with emphasis on both deterrence and reassurance. NATO's decision to deploy both air, land, and sea forces to the Baltic region is a strong message about alliance solidarity and collective will to take action. This includes reinforced air policing, standing naval forces, and surveillance. Right now, parts of the Telemark battalion is participating in exercising and training in Latvia as part of NATO's reassurance measures. They will come back next week after 2 months of training and exercise that has proved very valuable to our armed forces. Another key message is that NATO is ready to improve its readiness and responsiveness, and the measures in NATO's Readiness Action Plan are important. So, what does all of this mean for developing the Norwegian armed forces? What do we need to do to be robust and relevant and to handle the full spectrum of armed conflict? I see at least 3 key priorities. First, we need armed forces with higher readiness and even better responsiveness. We need to be able to have larger parts of our force structure ready on shorter notice. Recent developments in our surroundings have taught us that we cannot expect much warning time for a crisis buildup. We need to be able to respond swiftly with relevant capabilities, and this in turn requires higher readiness. Second, we need to be able to maintain adequate situational awareness. We need information and also intelligence superiority. Situational awareness is essential to make right and timely decisions, both nationally and also within the alliance. Third, we also need to reassess our contingency planning for the defense of Norway. We decided to revitalize military planning for crisis and war a few years ago. This has already proven its value. We must systematically work on improvements in logistics, personnel, and readiness. We need to be able to start a force build-up at an early stage, both to deter a potential aggressor and to facilitate allied reinforcements. Let me add that I'm very pleased that NATO has updated the contingency plans for the collective defense of Norway. This is something we have advocated for years. The improvements we foresee will come at a price and require new priorities. In the context of Norwegian defense planning, it means more robustness around those capabilities that are relevant and contribute directly to the most demanding tasks. It is my firm belief that we need to continue investing in our own security. It's essential for our national defense, but it's also essential for NATO's credibility. Said differently, what we do with our national defense also has implications for NATO's ability to conduct collective defense and the full spectrum of tasks. It is also essential if NATO is to continue to be the successful alliance it has been since its inception. Under these circumstances, the need for multinational cooperation is greater than ever. This goes for all aspects, from procurement via maintenance, training and exercises to operations. This leads me to my final point. Although increased focus on collective defense is a first-order challenge, we must also be able to conduct international operations beyond NATO's territory. NATO and allies, a huge number of them, must be able to perform the full spectrum of tasks. As already mentioned, the situation in the Middle East requires international support for years to come. This also includes military support. This is why the Norwegian government have decided to send 120 soldiers to the international coalition against ISIL in Iraq as part of a broad Norwegian effort that entails both humanitarian, economical, and political means in addition to the military component. Their purpose is to train Iraqi security forces and qualify them to take responsibility for their own security. We cannot allow ourselves to be indifferent to the humanitarian catastrophe taking place in this region. Taking part in operations like these always entails some sort of risk, both to our national security, potentially, but also to our soldiers. The safety and security of our soldiers will be our highest priority entering into this task. But even if this could pose a threat to our national security, it is also a huge risk not doing anything. It's also in Norway's interest to contribute to international peace and stability. By military engagement outside Norwegian territory, we fulfill our international obligations, we demonstrate solidarity, and we contribute to a better burden sharing. It also strengthens our ability to conduct military operations with allies and close partners. The will to take international responsibility also strengthens the cohesion and credibility of NATO. Ladies and gentlemen, we must step up to new challenges. we have recently started the process of preparing a new long-term plan for the Norwegian armed forces. Last month, I asked our Chief of Defense I tasked him with providing military advice on the future development of our armed forces. I'm looking forward to receiving his recommendations about a year from now. The issues I've raised here today will be subject to careful discussions and deliberations in the coming months. But I can tell you right now that we need to make some difficult decisions, hard priorities and tough choices. But at the same time, it is absolutely necessary to keep modernizing and readjusting our armed forces to be able to meet new challenges. We owe it to our citizens and we owe it to our soldiers to be best prepared for the full spectrum of crisis. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm now happy to take a few questions if anyone wants to ask them. And I also plan on staying for a little time after the Q&A session so I can also hear the other speakers. So.
Thank you so much for an interesting introduction to this seminar. If you have any questions to our Minister of Defense, please put them forward. Please stand up, state your organization and name, and speak slowly.
That was too many things.
Start on the third row.
My name is Trine Eklund from the Norwegian Peace Organization. Thank you very much for your introduction. I'm very happy that you say that you don't feel any threat to Norway today. My question is that how much is in your consideration that also we from the West, from NATO, can provoke the other side? How much do you take that into the in consideration? For instance, with the Latvia training from NATO today, it's very close up to the Russian border. And also the fact that the drones part of that the US use in Syria today, that also provokes very much and make terrorists. I see terrorists. So many of these civilians, they can then be the next world's terrorists, that again will threaten us. Thank you.
Should I take a bunch of questions or so I can
You can take
more questions?
one.
Okay, because I will be able to take more if I do it as a bunch.
Okay.
So because there's so many hands
Yeah,
here.
row number 4.
Lieutenant Colonel Egil Daltveit from the Norwegian Military Academy. Thank you for an excellent speech. And I agree wholeheartedly with your assertion that what we do with Norwegian defense has implications well beyond the mere effect in combat power of those actions. Given that, wouldn't one of our most important contributions be to meet the spending goal of 2% of GDP in showing the way both to our European allies, but also showing our primary ally and primary contributor in NATO, the United States, that we are firmly committed to take a large part in our own defense.
Third question to row number 2. In the middle, in the aisle.
Thank you very much. My name is Arif Bawajani and I am leader of Party Serbasi Kurdistan. This is a Kurdish Liberal Democrat party. My question is, Norway will send 150 military teachers to help Kurdish military in Kurdistan. But I ask you, when you send the military? Today, Kurdistan is a very emergency. You want to have help because just only Kurdish people encamp with the IS terrorists in Kurdistan.
I can take one more before I...
One more?
Yep.
Row number 4 in the middle.
Thank you very much. My name is Marius Santa. I'm from the civil society. I have two questions. First is if Norway thinks that Sweden and Finland should join NATO. And the second question is if Norway feels threatened by its, as it is the biggest oil and gas supplier in Europe, if it feels threatened by a cyber attack from Russia or other country. Thank you very much.
Just trying to write at the same time. Okay, so let's start with the provocations. I think it's extremely important to realize that what is happening right now in Ukraine, the military pressure towards Ukraine, the destabilization within Ukraine, and the movements and deployments of Russian military forces to Ukraine and inside Ukraine, that is what is causing the concern. That is what is leading us and other countries also outside the alliance to take measures in both readiness, responsiveness, and also preparing ourselves. As I said, I see no direct military threat towards Norway, but we need to be prepared. And we are merely preparing ourselves for what we see right now, which is what we earlier on could see as a will to use military force from the Russian side. Now we see a dramatically increased ability as well. That is quite different compared to 5 to 10 years ago. And there is nothing illegitimate in a country modernizing its armed forces. We do that all the time. It is nothing illegitimate in practicing, training, exercise. We do that all the time. But it is the way that they are now using their armed forces in obtaining political goals, taking a part of another country in the midst of Europe. That is what causes the concern. When it comes to the discussion of drones, that is I suppose you could have an own seminar on that issue, but just let me say that of course the same rules apply no matter what kind of military instrument or measure you use. Same rules as to international law applies. And that is why we need to discuss not only drones, we need to discuss the full spectrum of military means whenever we use them, because they are subject to the same rules, and that's important to remember. I sometimes hear and see the discussion that drones or UAVs, or they have a lot of names, that they have no legal regulation. That is not right. They have, and that's important to remember. Now to Egil Daltveit on the 2% spending goal. Well, yeah, I could take you with me to a budget conference, and we could we could have an interesting discussion. Well, I fully agree with you, and the point by saying that is that we have, as the other NATO countries, put our signature under the ambition of reaching 2% within a 10-year time frame. If we were to do that from this year to next year, it would, anyone who could guess how much we would have to spend or add to our defense budget? 14.2 billion Norwegian kroner. So I don't think we'll reach it just right now, but we're getting there. And we have quite a substantial increase in our defense budgets right now. One of the reasons being that we are buying new F-35 combat aircraft. And that goes directly into what I was saying about what we do with our armed forces contributes to the whole alliance. Let me illustrate that by a different point. We had the discussion in our ministerials in NATO from time to time, that means every time, on what we do with defense spending, burden sharing, preparing for a different environment around us. And we have some countries now bordering up to 2%. The problem is that some of those countries are not necessarily spending their money on the right things, meaning they do not necessarily spend their money on things that will enhance the ability to do collective defense from NATO. There's a lot of reasons for it, both historical and practical reasons, but that's how it is. So as important as talking about the 2% goal, or while we are waiting to reach the 2% goal, there are at least 3 discussions that needs to be taken. One, do we invest in the right material? From our side, we've been investing in modern capabilities for some time, and we will continue to do so. And we are reaching, or we are actually more than reaching, the investment goal of 20%. We are now 20.5 or 20.9%, which is important. We are preparing ourselves for the future. Secondly, we need to stop the decline in the defense budgets. This year, 21 out of 28 NATO countries will spend less on defense than 2008. Some countries had a cut of 20 to 30% flat, which causes huge trouble, not only to the country, but to the alliance as a whole. And thirdly, we need to discuss how we spend the money we do allocate, be it 1.5, 1.9 or 2%. Because it doesn't really help many NATO countries or the alliance as a whole if we spend 2% on the wrong things. So we need to take all those discussions at the same time as we keep our eye on the goal of 2%. But maybe not from one year to the other, but we will get there at some point, hopefully. Absolutely. I'll send you an invitation. The first one is in March, so you can just put it in your calendar already. Yeah, good. And then to the question of the deployment of our troops. We are, as I mentioned, sending 120 troops. They will be equally divided between Baghdad and Erbil. And depending on security arrangements and status arrangements, that will be hopefully something we can deploy within the next coming months. But it depends on the security arrangements and the status arrangements, which is of course an issue not only for us but all the countries participating in this coalition. And then civil society representative down there asked if Sweden and Finland should join NATO. I get that question a lot. I just had my Nordic, Baltic, British, Dutch, Polish and German colleagues here last week for a ministerial. And it was, oddly enough, even there we discussed this NATO membership issue for Sweden and Finland. My attitude to that is that is entirely up to Sweden and Finland to decide. But what we see is that they are seeking a closer cooperation. And even with the change of government in Sweden, that seems to be going on as normal. During the NATO summit, they both signed a host nation support agreement with NATO, which is a huge step. And I do not think that any country outside of Sweden or Finland should push or for that matter, pull them from NATO membership. But the only thing I can say is that 2-3 weeks ago, we saw the first poll in Sweden indicating even, I would say, a very, very, very slim margin in favor of NATO membership. But it was the first time, 37 versus 36%, so it was very small majority. And I do hear my Finnish colleague, Carl Haglund, talking about how Russia is now pushing Finland closer towards NATO. But I mean, that is all I can really say, and they are valuable partners to NATO. They have been for years. They have almost the same relationship with NATO as we have with the EU. Very closely linked, but not members. I must say, however, and that is something that I underline both to my Swedish and Finnish colleagues, but also elsewhere, that even though we have a very close partnership, close relationship, not only within the framework of NATO partnership, but also bilaterally and in a Nordic context, Article 5 and security guarantees are for members only. And I think that that is important to underline because there was at one point a tendency in the Swedish debate to think that if something were to happen, of course Article 5 would in some way kind of embrace that as well. It doesn't. And once that issue combined with the issue of the Nordic solidarity clause, as some of you of course have heard about, when that was settled, we could also move forward in a Nordic defense cooperation because we knew that this is something that we do to add value, not something we do instead of or in competition with our primary security policy affiliations, which is important. Yes, and then the last question on the cyber attack. I think there is no doubt that cyber attacks are increasing in volume and complexity towards all sectors, be it civil or military, be it in the financial sector or even in the energy sector. That's a part of reality right now. And I would just like to close with the words of a previous Secretary General of NATO, not the previous, but one of the previous. He said, it was just in the margins of a breakfast meeting, and I've thought a lot about that comment later on, because I think it's interesting. He said that cyber attacks are now at a level and at a complexity that if it was conventional attacks, we would never have accepted it. But it could still cause enormous effects. And sometimes we don't even know that they've happened until a year later. So it's absolutely a huge issue and something of great concern as well.
Thank you.
Then I will not use more of the time. I think we're on time now. Or are we?
We have time for one more, if you
Okay,
like.
good, great.
Row number 4.
My name is Lou Codé. I'm a U.S. Army veteran over here in Norway. First of all, as you know, our great U.S. American President, Ronald Reagan, used a two-track approach towards the Russians. You have one hand a fist and the other hand holding out in friendship. You were talking about communications open with Moscow. This is the 70th anniversary of Russian troops heading west toward Kazakhstan, over northern Europe. I was just wondering if there were any preparations for challenges between the governments and the military.
You're absolutely right, sir. That was a very good moment, and there has been commemorations 2 weeks ago, I suppose 2 weekends ago, and actually Sergei Lavrov was in Kirkenes together with our Prime Minister, our Foreign Minister, and also the Speaker of the Parliament. So that was commemorated, I think, in a very good way, because we need to be able to mark milestones in our history, and that also is a part of that history I was talking about, that different historical experience that we have compared to a lot of other countries. But at the same time, we cannot shy away from the fact that what Putin's regime is doing right now is unacceptable to European stability. It causes great concern, and it also causes the unpredictability that we had hoped we had passed some years ago. But that doesn't mean that we cannot keep our lines of communications open, that we can commemorate historical events as we do. And I think it was a very good way of marking it in Finnmark.
Thank you so much.
I could always stay on and take more questions, but I suppose there are other speakers as well who would like to say something.
I would like to thank you for this excellent introduction to our seminar. Please. And give a warm welcome. Thank you. We will take a 2 minutes break just to organize the microphones and stuff. So please be seated back in 2 minutes. Defense Command and Staff College. I will be your moderator or host for this first session. We now move forward to our first session today. The theme of the session is Return of Geography, the Geopolitics of Eurasia. Our first speaker on the stand is Professor Mikkel Vedby Rasmussen. He is head of the Strategy and Policy Office at the Danish Ministry of Defense. He is on leave from a professorship at the University of Copenhagen. He has published extensively on NATO, modern warfare, risk and strategy. His next book, The Military Business, will be published in March 2015 on Cambridge University Press. Professor Rasmussen will speak to us today on the topic of borders and fault lines, contested space. Please give a warm welcome to Mikkel Vedby Rasmussen.
Well, thank you very much, Minister, Your Excellencies, Director Sverdrup, Commander Dækjen, ladies and gentlemen. Included in that very long introduction. I'm very happy to be here this morning, and I never cease to be amazed of how you are able, in Norway and in Oslo in particular, I guess, to be able to put stuff like this together. I think the rest of us in the Nordic countries and elsewhere could learn a lot from your ability to actually put crowds like this together and have a mature strategic discussion about important issues. Sometimes it might be difficult to see yourself, but seen from the outside, it's actually quite impressive. I'm working at the Ministry of Defense, at the Danish Ministry of Defense, as mentioned in the introduction, doing strategic foresight. So I would like to just start by taking some of the suspense out of what I'm going to say. This is not a presentation of the Danish view on this and that. I'm not quite sure actually that we have a ministry view on geopolitics, but we might develop one, of course. No, what I'm mainly doing is focusing on not what is happening this week, but the week after and the years to come. My job is to prepare the minister and the members of the management of the ministry to be able to deal with what is coming. And perhaps that is also something which are most important for us to discuss today. Not what is going on at the moment in the Ukraine or Iraq or Asia or Central Africa, wherever we can point to where stuff is happening right now, but what is going to happen and how we are going to put together strategies and force structures which are not going to serve us today, but is going to serve us well tomorrow. And as I'm sure a lot of you in this room knows, if that was easy, we wouldn't have to do that job, right? So exactly because it's difficult, we have conferences like this, and exactly because it's difficult, there is a real job to be done. So this is my reflections on how to do strategy and how to put together the forces that fit that strategy in a very difficult time. A lot of you will know the old Harold Macmillan quotes where he was asked what's going to influence your government's policy for the next couple of years, and he looked across his teacup and said to the journalist, "Events, my dear boy, events." And I have some difficulties with that quote. Not because it's not true. I think anyone who has been in a position of actually doing policy, and I see the minister nodding, knows that that's the way things actually work, right? But I think there's a huge difference between realizing that and giving into that sentiment. If you realize that all your nice plans are going to be destroyed anyway, you can do one of two things. You can put together plans that will actually deal with events as they occur, knowing that all the best plans will be destroyed, as Clausewitz famously said, that all plans are destroyed when meeting the enemy. Or you might do the more lazy thing, which is to say, well, there's no reason to plan anyway, right? It won't work. But if you do the latter, as we want to do, especially in situations where, in spite of a lot of the risks and security issues which face us, we are not fundamentally challenged on our core security interests. Norway is not going to be invaded anytime soon, neither is Denmark. So in that case, we are in a historical situation which are quite lucky. And that might mean that we want to lean back and say, hey, let's be driven by events instead of driving events. But that is in many ways the worst thing we can do. Because, as the minister rightly noted, what we are actually seeking when we do strategy is predictability. What we we cannot decide what the rest of the world is going to do. We cannot determine whether Ebola is going to be a even larger risk in Africa. We cannot really determine the course of action in Iraq. We cannot, in final analysis, know what Russia is going to do next. But we can create structures, which means that we have various ways of acting if certain events occurs. And that is basically what the essence of strategy is all about in a period where we are guided not by a specific threat like during the Cold War or the years before, but guided by a number of risks which chooses to be the events we have to deal with. So we are basically challenged by an environment where a lot of different events occurs, and we are asked to deal with them in a sequence which we have not always chosen. But we are also challenged on a more structural level. We are at a moment in time, and those of you in uniform will be familiar with a lot of the stuff I'm talking about in this regard. We are in a period in world history where technological change is reconfiguring the very way we do business. And that might be whether you are an oil company, or you make computers, or whether you are in the military business. It is increasingly a business, and it is, as in any other businesses, it's driven by demand and supply. And what determines your ability to meet demand and supply is, to a very large extent, the technology you are able to deploy to do various things. And at the moment, we are in a situation where the technological development in terms of computers, in terms of developing autonomous systems, where drones are the first example, but hardly the last, where we are in a situation where the way we are configuring military forces are going to be fundamentally changed within the next 20 to 30 years. In that situation, the very way we put together our force package is being challenged. We will, in a very short time, be left with a lot of legacy systems which will reflect old technologies rather than the new one. And in many ways, that is unavoidable in time of rapid technological change. But you don't want to end up in that situation, the Polish way at the beginning of the Second World War, where you have that very nice military technology called cavalry, which isn't really all that useful when you are faced with a new world technology, which was tanks. You really want to get on that technological development at the right time, and you really want to prioritize your investment at the right time. If you have plenty of money in your defense budget, that should be easy enough, right? But even in Norway, and I'm not going to speak about the Danish public finances at this point, but even in Norway, and that is true in the rest of the world as well, we have defense budgets which are not in a situation where they can fit the bill of technological development without hard priorities. In many ways, that is perhaps only as it should be. The military, as any other organization, will present any minister or any chief of defense with a bill which is as large as the budget. And the problem is not to get enough money, the problem is to spend it right. But in a time of austerity, be that in the United States, be that in Europe, the choices you have to make is perhaps not at the time you would like to make them. And you will be guided by a lot of other considerations, which means that you have to make your cuts, not at the point where weapon systems are decommissioned anyway, not at the point where you have a large generations of officers who should be pensioned anyway, but at the point where you have to make a lot of these hard HR and procurement decisions at times where making these decisions might even cost a lot of money, because you have to decommission systems which are actually working, and so on and so forth. So conditions of austerity means a need to prioritize which are even greater than it would have been before, but it also make prioritizing more difficult at a time where reinvestment in new technologies and shaping that future force structure is even more important than it would otherwise be. So in terms of the organization who is going to provide military security, we have a lot of challenges. Those challenges are being mirrored in how these forces are going to be used, how they are going to be deployed. because we are also in a situation where we are not only looking at a change in the means of doing military security, but also a change in the ends. Once upon a time, the most important thing armed forces could do was to stand at the border waiting for the enemy and hope to be able to repel him. Some countries chose to cross the border beforehand, but that's a different story. The need for armed forces was defined in their ability to either defend or take territory. While that is an important part of what armed forces do in the final analysis when you are down to defending national sovereignty, and that remains, of course, a core task for armed forces, it hardly describes everyday life in most Western armed forces. Some will be going fighting Ebola in Western Africa. Some will be going to Iraq to either be in the air or on the ground, trying to increase the capabilities of local forces. Some will be conducting air defense operations over the Baltics and so on and so forth. You will find a lot of very different missions, each which are large logistical requirement, each with very different security environments, each with very difficult conditions for actually defining when these missions are a success. A lot of complicated missions dealing not with one essential threat, but dealing with a number of risks one wants to reduce. And in that situation, you actually have a lot of choice, a lot of scope for determining what kind of situation you want to send your forces to, and what kind of situation where you can actually choose to use either other means available to the national government, or say, well, this is actually not our fight, someone else will have to do it. Making that choice, combined with making the choice of how to put the force together, means that the scope of choice within defense policy is actually as great as it has ever been. You are not merely defined by that very narrow requirement of defending your border or not. You are defined by a lot of different situations where you can choose to engage or not. You can choose very different force packages when you actually choose to engage. So that level of choice means that the need for doing strategy becomes even greater, because just as you can, as a matter of principle, use whatever defense budget you might have to buy new stuff, you can also, as a matter of principle, use whatever need you could define for doing this or that operations. I'm sure that any European country would find that there would be a huge list of operations where your armed forces could be engaged, and that list will, if you actually add it up, be far larger than any force you will be able to actually send. So you will have to prioritize on deployment, as you will have to prioritize on procurement and other structural issues. So we have a strategic challenge. We have a challenge on how to actually do strategy and do it in a way where you are able to bring together what is actually important with what you can actually pay. And I think that is where the notion of geopolitics, which defines our discussions this morning, comes in to, if not guide us, then at least give us some bearings of what we are actually trying to discuss. The concept of geopolitics was, as most of you will know, invented by Alfred Mackinder in 1904, when he presented a paper to the Royal Geographical Institute in London, where he argued that geography was actually defining one of the defining building blocks of history, no less, that you could define world history and in many ways the balance of power and all the other stuff that followed from how the great Eurasian landmass interplayed with the somewhat smaller European add to that, as well as the Southern Asian rim. He was talking at a point in time where people in London was a little bit concerned about what was going on in Russia, and that very much defined his reading of the world map. It was about what was happening in the Eurasian landmass. And Mackinder's argument was, interestingly enough, not that that great central heartland of the Eurasian landmass was and always had been the defining part of world history. Rather, his argument was that because of railways, because of the telegraph, it had become possible to use that great Eurasian landmass in a way it hadn't been before. His argument was basically that Russia and the United States was entering the world stage because of a technological development which completely reconfigured the way industry and agriculture was done and made it possible to settle parts of the world and use these part of the world for industry in ways which it had not been before. So in Mackinder's reading, geopolitics was about change. It was about technology being enable us to do new things, and thus his reading of geography was not that mountains has always been here and they have always defined the way of doing stuff. Rather, his reading was that the way those mountain ranges are placed, or that river, or that steppeland, is actually constantly being reconfigured by the people living there. So in Mackinder's reading of this, geopolitics was not about creating some kind of living space, and it was not saying that a nation is a nation and will always be placed here and will always have these kind of security concerns. Rather, he was saying where you are placed in the world is important and defined very important traits of what your security situation is all about. But it also means that the way that landscape is being used will constantly change over time. And I think it's here my point about how technology is on the verge of creating a new security and military reality, and how that technology is changing civilian economics and civil society as well, gets even more important. Because in the Nordic countries, we can define our societies not by where we are. To us, being Nordic is not a geographical term. To us, being Nordic is a definition of how our societies are put together. Because strategy can never be abstract. It is always a concrete enterprise dealing with concrete events, as Macmillan said, but also dealing with how we are to deal with these concrete events in the manner in which we deal with other policy issues. Strategy is not something which are completely separated for how we deal with economic policy or environmental policy or any other of those questions which will be on any government's agenda. Strategy is a reflection of who we are. And that comes into play when we have our environmental policies, and that come into play when we conduct our security and military policy. And the Nordic countries, defined by their societal identity rather than their geography, is cohesive and resilient societies which do not have to be afraid about breaking up in the face of outside threats, but can use that very resilience to deal with anything ranging from terrorism and cyber to outside sovereignty threats. It's also societies defined by openness and individual freedom, where we are less concerned with abstract notions of liberties and rights, and more concerned with realizing individual freedom and furthering the individual's ability to realize inherent traits. But also, and I think this is perhaps one of the more important points in how a Nordic approach to strategy is or should be defined, is that Nordic societies are global. It may be that we have our back to Russia, but we certainly have our face to the Atlantic. We are trading nations, and I think that speaks for all of the Nordic countries. We are trading nations who deal with the outside world on the basis of the meeting of people who want to sell goods and try to understand what is actually going on outside. And if that is our basis, if that is actually our real geopolitics, that the real geopolitics of the Nordic countries is actually about how to translate these values into security policy, then I think some of the challenges which face us around the world are perhaps looked in a different light. Perhaps we should realize that we have to be hard-nosed, and we have to send the military capabilities needed to deal with those threats we cannot otherwise deal with. But we also have to realize that we are actually in a very strong position to deal in that currency, which is the ultimate most important currency when you want to really change stuff in this world, which is ideas, and which is to sell ways of putting together societies which are in fact more efficient than others. And coming from societies who actually have proved their worth in this regard, I think in relation to our policies to Russia, for instance, I think we have good reason to say that we have not been naive, we have merely been unsuccessful, at least at the moment in time, to be able to transform Russian society into something which was more like us, which was more global, which was more inclusive, which was more focusing on individual liberties. But that will still be a very important part of how to deal with Russia going ahead, making sure that that door is open to the Russians, because that is in the final end the only way where we can be sure that Russia will get back and out of that very unfortunate situation the Russians are in today. But we also have to make sure that that resilient part of our strategic identity, where we are actually able to field the forces necessary, where we are actually able to have that hard-nosed, realistic approach towards actually going on, is also something that we are able to tap into. And all of this, I think, boils down to a balanced approach to security issues. That we have to make sure that we are not only focusing on the local, but also on the global. That we are not only focusing on the military response, but that we are also focusing on how that military response fit into a larger security, long-term approach to both problems as we find them in Europe, but also as we find them outside Europe. So while we might be guided by events, we also need to be very aware of our strategic identity, and we need to translate that into a balanced approach to doing strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikkel. Please keep your questions to the Q&A session later, and we will take 3 minutes break.
Okay. Ja, som du så, var der også overhovedet ikke det, jeg havde forberedt.
Sorry? I hope so. Are they ready for it? No, I prefer this one. Thank you.
Our next speaker in this session is James Sherr from Chatham House in London. James is an associate fellow and former head of the Russia and Eurasia program at Chatham House. He has published extensively on Soviet and Russian military, security and foreign policy, as well as energy security, the Black Sea region, and Ukraine's effort to deal with Russia, the West, and its own domestic problems. James Sherr will speak to us today on Russia's concept of power politics. Please give a warm welcome to James Sherr.
Thank you very much. I am profoundly grateful for this invitation from the Norwegian Defence College and from NUPI. And it's heartening to see that the importance of these subjects is well recognized in Norway. Minister, generals, officers, ladies and gentlemen, what we are looking at today in our relations with Russia is not simply a breakdown of common interests in Europe, it is the loss of a common perception of reality. The Russian leadership today and a large part of the wider Russian elite understand these events which concern us and concern them through a profoundly different cognitive framework than that which we are accustomed to. If you come to terms with that, then I think you are obliged to conclude that the events we are seeing in Ukraine do not represent a finite crisis. They are instead the pivot of a complex, multifaceted, and long-term struggle to change the fundamentals of the security order in Europe and indeed beyond Europe. International law is no longer a basis for security in East Central Europe, only a balance of forces. For this reason, and for many others, those who worry that we are returning to the Cold War are being not only unhistorical, they're also being complacent, because this breakdown has not led and is not leading to a return of Cold War rules. The Cold War system was a very disciplined system. Today we have no rules, and that is a very dangerous and worrisomely open-ended situation. So what I would like to do, what I can most usefully do, is map out the basis of this Russian cognitive framework, much of which is very persuasive. And little of it irrational. The first element is purely domestic, and its origins date well before this crisis, namely the decision of Vladimir Putin and his entourage to effectively reconstitute the basis of the Russian regime with his return to the presidency in 2012, and engineer an internal form of regime change. This is only in part a response to the opposition movements of much of the middle classes and the more liberal elements of the population. More fundamentally, it rested on a perfectly correct realization that Russia had reached the peak of its economic potential under the present model, which Russian experts themselves call patrimonial and neo-feudal, a model based on patron-client relationships, intimate relations between power and money, and the subordination of law to power. And the theoretical choice available is either to move towards the development of a rules-based open competitive economy, or to adopt a mobilizational system. And if you are in the Kremlin, this is no choice at all. So what has happened has been a conscious decision to narrow the base of power and also reconstitute the political base, the political constituency, on the basis of Russia's inherently conservative, highly nationalistic majority, and with that, to consciously marginalize those whose interests and aspirations derive from contact and integration with the global economy and the outside world, and particularly Europe. The second factor has been a belief in the underlying hostility of the United States. And the view of the United States, the revival of the view of the United States as Glavny vrag, the main enemy of Russia, and the view reiterated again by President Putin last month of America's allies as satellites of the United States. This is not based on a misreading of President Obama, his policies, his temperament, his aspirations. It is based on a highly deterministic view of the power and the inherent antagonism of the US defense and security establishment, for whom, in Russian eyes, intervening in other countries' internal affairs, exporting democracy, humanitarian intervention, and regime change are completely embedded, and what is more, the view which emerges in the most coded and often classified military analyses in Russia, as well as in public statements, that the ultimate aim of all of this is to create a regime change in Russia itself. Even in 1999, the Russian military establishment saw a direct line between what we were doing in Kosovo and what we intended to do in the South Caucasus, and the 2008 Georgia War arose in fair measure because of that analysis. There is on top of this also, again, not again, but very reasonably, a conviction that the next administration in the United States, whether it's Republican or Democratic, will have a much tougher policy towards Russia, and that's a source of danger in itself because it creates time pressure on the current leadership. Third element, a faith that resource poverty and the underlying national interests of key European players will sooner or later reassert themselves and restore in Europe a reasonable accommodation to Russia's basic interests in Central Europe, Eurasia, and of course the near abroad. It is axiomatic inside Russian elites that in Europe the business interest defines the national interest. The two are synonymous. I think you will recognize this view is not only held there but elsewhere. And with that there is also a view that the toughness we experience, that Russia experiences from Europe, even on the part of Angela Merkel, is a response and a reflection to and a submissiveness to American pressure. As a result of this, any suggestion that we find the current sanctions regime unpalatable, that we are looking forward to an opportunity to diminish them, that we would like to be rid of them as much as possible, simply vindicates, in the Kremlin's eyes, the policy that it has adopted. It doesn't matter to those who sit in the Kremlin whether today's sanctions are level 2, level 3, or level 6. If their duration is only going to be temporary, they can withstand it. If instead we're talking about the long-term reorientation of European economies, that's another proposition. But that is not the signal that is being received today. So, I mean, just to underscore the point, the people who sit in the Kremlin do not view economic interdependence as politically neutral. In their view, in these types of contests, the weak party is not the party with the most to lose. It is the party that is most afraid of losses. The fourth constituent part is a belief in the inherent fragility of Russia's post-Soviet neighbors. Whether inside or outside NATO, Dmitry Rogozin, Deputy Prime Minister, and Putin's special representative in Moldova, and in the eyes of some, a possible successor to President Putin, has openly referred to the Baltic states as new sickly democracies. These views are, aggravated by the old axiom, «Самостоятельной Украины никогда не будет», Ukraine will never be able to stand on its own without Russia. Even when it comes to Georgia, the axiom is very firmly grounded. Georgia cannot live without Russia, meaning it has to accommodate to Russia's fundamental interests. And in their eyes, neither the European Union cannot resolve the fundamental problems of countries in this part of the world, and NATO cannot provide real security for them. And not only are these perceptions that exist, despite the fact there's also deep-seated fear that these perceptions might be wrong, but it is a strong part of Russia's diplomacy and military policy today to make sure everybody understands it. And that in itself provides, I think, some explanation for some of what we now see in the Baltic states. In Russian eyes, these countries merely serve as a platzdarm, that's to say a beachhead, for NATO to be able to isolate Russia and undermine its internal cohesion. And even some of the most reasonable, decent, well-informed anti-regime experts in Russia view the events in Ukraine as externally inspired and imported. And the fifth point, the fifth constituent part, is the belief that world trends, global trends, support Russian policy and its overall interests. Not only because the world is genuinely becoming multipolar, but because this multipolar world is also a world of multiple values centers. The Russians, of course, are not the only ones. I do not absent myself from this either, who have criticized Western triumphalism of the 1990s and the belief articulated by Francis Fukuyama and others that liberal values and the values of liberal democracy were becoming universal, or even that they could be universalized. This is something which, from very early on, has been a deep challenge and a source of bitterness inside Russia, and there is a firm conviction in Lavrov's terms that the West has lost its monopoly of the globalization process. These global trends, in their view, do not simply exist outside Europe, they exist inside the EU because of the strength of constituencies inside the EU who are not only oppose EU policy about the Eurozone crisis and other things, but are increasingly becoming disenchanted with the whole package of liberal values. And there should be no doubt in this room that it's been Russian policy for some time to engage and support politically and financially these movements, most of which are on the right and far right of the political spectrum. So let me now, I think with 5 or 7 minutes remaining, make 3 supplementary but complementary points before concluding. The convictions I have mentioned have increasingly, over 10 years, been hardened and crystallized into what we can now only call a new regime ideology. The ideology is based on the undeniable assumption that Russia is not a postmodern state, it's an emphatically modern state built upon the imperatives of the nation, the state, and national interests, and that is opposed in principle to the postmodern European notion of moving beyond these things, and of multiculturalism and a variety of other vices. Once again, we are the morally weak and decadent West. But more than that, it counters our narrative on values with a narrative based on identity. Identities formed through the distinctive history and culture of people, beginning with the East Slavic people. Putin always puts these thoughts best. In 2012, he wrote, "The choice of the Russian people has not been made by plebiscites or referenda or by the notorious principle of national self-determination. It has been made by blood." And by that, I hasten to add, he meant what Russians call korny. He meant cultural heritage. He did not mean what National Socialists mean by race, and one should underscore that. But many will find these chilling words nevertheless, and these are very deeply held sentiments. I was told by the outgoing so-called foreign minister of the so-called state of Pridnestrovia in Moldova, Transnistria, that Moldova would not and could not possibly become a member of the EU, and I said, why? And he said, because it was never a member of the Holy Roman Empire. So there has been a rehabilitation of a deterministic historicist view of the past. And this framework is applied not only to Russians, but to all those who have been influenced by Russia, first and foremost Ukrainians and other East Slavic people. And you will see there in itself why what has been happening in Ukraine is seen as so threatening and unacceptable to Russia. Because if Ukrainians who are seen as a branch of a Russian people can demonstrate that these EU standards and rules are attractive to them and they can make a success of it, the implications for the entire Russian political system become obvious. My second, nearly concluding point is, and I think in a way I've made it, that the international side of this, but let me underscore one aspect of it. And it was very clearly stated in Putin's speech to the Federal Assembly on March 18th regarding the incorporation of Crimea into the Russian Federation. What is now being done explicitly today is the elevation of ethnicity and language over the prerogatives of statehood, the obligations of citizenship, and the sanctity of state borders. And very telling remark in this speech, we are deeply disappointed that Germany, of all states, has not supported our aspiration for the restoration of historic Russia. The Germans understand better than anybody else what kinds of sentiments these are, and they account in part for a profound reevaluation of Russia that's been taking place in Germany. And my last point before my final concluding point. There is obviously a military component of all of this, which we will discuss this afternoon, and I don't want to trespass on Frederick Westerlund's territory, but I just do want to say that what we now, and a number of Russians too, called hybrid warfare, is not new. It has not only Soviet but Tsarist antecedents going back to the 16th century. But the second point about it, and I'm not sure this was fully hoisted in at the Newport summit, is that what the events in Ukraine have demonstrated is Russia's equipment and investment in a model of conflict that is designed to incapacitate a state before that state even knows that the conflict has begun. And naturally, all of this is designed to be done below the threshold of NATO's perception and NATO's reaction, and that's why I'm pleased we're going to have a discussion this afternoon about Article 5. In conclusion, Russia's political leaders are not idiots. Their thinking is dangerous, but it is not necessarily irrational. It is based on the premise that if you get geopolitics right, the economy will sort itself out. Their strengths are first the ability to use and concentrate limited power in an asymmetric fashion to disproportionate effect, and as they would see it also, their strengths are moral, based on a realist understanding that when the stakes rise, the risks that you're prepared to undertake must rise as well. The belief in passionarnost, the strength that comes through the ability to suffer and incur sacrifices and privations, which they regard as a superior attribute of their civilization in comparison to ours, and fundamentally the conviction that liberal democracies are neither willing nor able to incur the costs or risks required to give substance to their principles and declarations. It is not clear that they are mistaken. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And please continue to write down questions for the Q&A session. We will continue without a break now. Our final speaker in this session is our own Nina Græger from the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs. Nina is a senior fellow researcher at NUPI and associate professor at the Norwegian University of Life Sciences. Her research is within security studies, international relations theory, transatlantic and Norwegian security policy, defense and military sociology as well. She is currently authoring a book on European security practices with Routledge. Nina will speak to us today on the topic, is NATO going back to the roots, new threats, old tensions and a North Atlantic Treaty? Please give a warm welcome to Nina Græger.
Thank you for those kind words. It's always a challenge to take the floor after such eloquent and knowledgeable speakers. But someone has to go third in this session, and that was me. And I hope that not everything has been said, but there's always a fair repetition. So I fear that there will be some repetition, so please bear with me on that. And like my predecessors here, I think that we should start with a note on the context, on the current order. Often the concepts or practices that we take for granted or as natural, they are relatively new of origin, like for instance, the liberal order. And then you have the geopolitics, the power politics, the spheres of influence, which are good examples of concepts that are old, but which have returned to the international security lingo, especially after 2005, 2006. And it seems to me that both politicians and scholars now seem to grow more and more accustomed to these notions as facts in today's international relations. Indeed, the Russian annexation of the Crimea and attempts at destabilizing the Ukraine seem to mark the end of the international order that emerged after the end of the Cold War. And that is, of course, a liberal order, which refers to the idea that liberal values, freedom, democracy, and the rule of law, as well as the norm of cooperation, are the core principles in international relations and relations among states. So, like Sherr here, I also think that that they're not universal as seen by all the actors in the international relations and international community. And of course, President Putin, his explicitly more forward foreign policy, and especially aggression in Ukraine, clearly shows that Russia and the leadership there never saw itself as part of that liberal order. Russia has for a long time, of course, sought to establish an alternative security order, and that has not been very successful, so this is sort of new attempts as I see them. Some analysts claim, however, that the real new order came about on 8th August 2008, when Russia invaded Georgia. However, people say this never led to an annexation of land, and the West chose, in any case, to turn a blind eye to Russia's actions at the time. Yet others claim that this change took place as far back as 9/11 in 2001, which initiated the war on terror as the new major threat, and that fighting that threat and keeping that war going has really shaped NATO as we have today is also true. That has been NATO's primary activity for a decade or more. Either or, we are, I think, in the midst of a changing multipolar order, where the act of changing borders through the use of force has returned as a policy option, at least for some. And as noted by my US analyst Lawrence Friedman, the crisis in Ukraine was, and I quote, a reminder that hard power never quite goes away and that the role of force remains formidable when it comes to setting borders and changing regimes. But of course, the dominance of such realist interpretations of what's going on also means that there's less room for alternative interpretations of the current order, and we should also pay that a bit of attention, I think. Of course, another US analyst, Charles Kupchan, has argued that what we have now is a no-one's world. This is an order where there's no single state which claims ownership and responsibility for ensuring cooperation and security, and where there's no single set of shared values. And of course, what we have seen over the past year is an example of how Western and Russian visions of how international relations are to be practiced, as well as the meaning of expanding partnerships of countries in Eastern Europe are inconsistent and colliding. Of course, NATO and the EU see the partnership agreements and the membership for some of the new membership states in NATO, for instance, as the sovereign right to choose for every state that qualifies for membership to choose these foreign policy orientations without the interference of any third party. But Russia, on the other hand, sees this as those invitations as attempts at Western expansion, and also as a violation of the NATO-Russia Gentlemen's Agreement from 1994, as well as an intrusion into the Russian spheres of influence. And in hindsight, you could argue that the West has been sort of a bit naive, and the West has been accused, of course, of taking Russian complaints about Western enlargements of NATO and the EU at face value, not taking it at face value. And also then for being too bureaucratic about the whole enlargement process. And I think it's fair to say that this has to some degree happened. So what are the consequences of this lack of a shared or perhaps even a disrupting liberal order? Well, which threats and threat images are sort of driving NATO discourses and practices today? Again, geopolitics, spheres of influence, great power politics, all this belong to realist lingo. And of course today we focus on the return of geography as a defining concept in international relations. But of course again, geography, although we can discuss that later on, does not sort of speak for itself. To me, it is the reading of how geography matters that matters. And the effects of how we see things, how we view things differently, like with the Western and Russian readings of NATO enlargement, etc., they are at the heart of the matter. The messages that are sent and how they are received. And as a consequence of all this, we see now a revival of national territorial security concerns, and that is not surprising. Just to talk half a minute about Norway, the core initiative from 2008 was really early out in mentioning this and focusing on this. And I just came back from a couple of days in NATO, and there, this was not the Norwegians though, they claimed that, well, you know, the ideas inherent in the core initiative that NATO should focus more on the core tasks and the need to plan for territorial defense, etc., now is sort of taken for granted. This is what NATO ought to do. So there has been a change, I think. However, the number of threats, of course, are complex, and how their outlook are complex, and they're manifold. So old conventional threats in new shape have recently been felt now by the NATO members. But there also are new threats. Like NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg recently stated, these are no longer emerging, they are already here. And these are cyber threats, as well as the threats posed by ISIL in Iraq and Syria. And there's also, like quite a few states in NATO would like to focus on an increasing demanding refugee situation. There are negative effects of climate changes, such as natural disasters. There's also the spreading of deadly viruses, which are sort of affecting our security. And although NATO is not the first responder to a lot of these threats, not even to the one we have seen in the Ukraine, it has to have a position. So how has NATO responded to the new threats or re-emerging threats? Again, the NATO Secretary General's first speech last month could be a good indicator. He noted 3 priorities, which was based on the Wales summit, of course, from September. The one is to keep NATO strong. The second one is to continue partnerships, which has been a success story for NATO. And the third one is to maintain the transatlantic relations, which are vital to NATO. Now, the defense minister spoke about the newly adopted Readiness Action Plan, which is the most encompassing force plan since 1991, and all the measures that it contains. And central to the plan is an increased military presence in the eastern part of the NATO area. There's a lot of measures on the pre-stocking of military equipment, rotational forces, more targeted exercises in that region, etc., etc. And in addition, of course, the Wales summit decided that NATO countries should increase or at least reduce the decline in defense budget over the next decade. And then I don't want to talk about the 2% GDP goal, because we all know that that's very airy at the moment. So, does it mean the Wales summit declarations and the ongoing negotiations now in NATO about the Readiness Action Plan, does it mean that NATO is going back to its roots, as asked in the title of my talk? Roughly, I think there are at least 3 dimensions that ought to be considered to answer that question. Of course, formally or legally speaking, Article 5 and Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty provide NATO with the possibility to take action. According to Article 4, and I quote, "The parties will consult together whenever, in the opinion of any of them, the territorial integrity, political independence, or security of any of the parties is threatened," end of quote. And both Turkey and also Poland have asked for consultations with reference to Article 5. And this demands some kind of response from NATO. Article 5, of course, is the mutual security guarantee, where NATO is committed to respond with military means if necessary, should that be activated. And after the Wales summit in September, even cybersecurity attacks could lead to invoking Article 5. So these are not sort of sleeping articles anymore, I would say, like they were during the Cold War. And NATO could also take action without sort of activating any of these articles. And with the ongoing crisis in Ukraine, both the USA and Britain very early expressed that they could not witness what was happening and do nothing. And there was, of course, a massive demand from the Eastern allies for NATO to engage in some kind of reassurance measures against what they see is a potential military threat from Russia. And these so-called frontline states are mainly Poland, the Baltic states, Romania, and to some extent also Bulgaria. But this also brought tensions within NATO to the fore, of course. Some countries think that this is screaming out loud, and that the analysis is not based on sort of credible scenarios. Others, countries like France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and Norway, would claim that the Readiness Action Plan has a much broader focus than Russia. Ensuring higher preparedness is meant to meet threats from all sort of geographical corners, from the northeast, the southeast, the south, and the north. And of course, a country like Italy is very much preoccupied with dealing with the refugee crisis, claiming that also to be part of the security discourse and challenges. So here we see that all the individual members' histories, traditions, and priorities also shape their view of what threatens NATO and their own security the most. So despite there being a general agreement at the moment, there is no really streamlined allied view of how exactly NATO should respond to the security threats. And this is something that NATO will come back to, of course, when they are negotiating, adopting a new political guidelines in June next year. And thirdly, NATO response here. In practical terms, there are both military and economic challenges facing NATO. That's some of the other speakers have been talking about. Of course, a lot of countries in NATO, even the central ones, sort of realize the peace dividend, which probably seemed like a good idea at the time. Maybe not such a good idea anymore, when we know that Europe is in a very challenging position when it comes to military posture. And there's also the economic crisis and its consequences for the society writ large, which means that there are other concerns than the military as well, more sort of maybe acute, pressing daily concerns as well. And we should also remember that even if the NATO has decided to spend more money on defense at some point, the costs of the readiness action plan that was adopted at Wales have not been calculated and not concretized. So there's a lot of words here, and we do not know really what they mean in practice. Of course, partnerships, the success history of NATO is also a challenge. It means that NATO ought to respond, but it also provides NATO with the ability to respond. I'm now thinking of not the NATO operation, but the coalition that is engaged in fighting ISIL, where the NATO countries participate without this being a NATO operation. Partners are very important here, both for contributing and also for capability development on a more daily basis. But it's also challenging, given the fact that a lot of the partners have expectations, and some of which NATO cannot possibly meet. Talking about partners, there are some other partnerships that are very important to NATO in its efforts to respond to the crisis and to the new sort of non-liberal, at least the challenged liberal order. And one partnership that has been mentioned lately is the one with the EU. The idea that Europe should be more consistent and reach consensus and be sort of a stronger counterpart has returned. And this relationship between the EU and NATO has been in a political quagmire ever since Cyprus entered the EU, where the situation is that non-EU but NATO member Turkey and non-NATO or PFE but EU member Cyprus are blocking effective cooperation today. Now, it has been read as very important that the new EU High Representative Federica Mogherini chose to meet with NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg on her second day in office to sort of underline the importance of trying to get the EU-nation relationship into a workable relationship. And I think that is a good idea, but I don't really see how it could happen at the moment. Another partnership that is very important for NATO's ability to respond, of course, is the one with the USA. And this was also reflected in the Wales summit, where there was an individual declaration on the transatlantic relations. This is, of course, very important in a time where the pivot, the US rebalancing towards the Asia-Pacific, is here, even if sort of the return to Europe, the idea that the US has not left Europe, we should not forget that this strategy of the US has been there for some years, and I don't think that it will disappear, not even now. So it's very more a question of how much resources are used or spent for one or the other types of threats. And then finally, a partnership that is no longer really a partnership is the one with Russia. Geopolitics and Russian foreign policy have come together in Ukraine for sure, but also earlier in the gas crisis between Russia and the Ukraine and also Moldova. And of course, Russia has been blocking any Ukraine's integration into Western institutions, even before the more aggressive actions. So what is the best strategy towards Russia? I was, like I said, in NATO this week, and I tried to pose this question just out of interest. What do you think? And it seems that this is sort of a core question that to deal with, but also a very difficult one. No one wants to see a Cold War. But of course, as seen by NATO, Russia has burned every offer to de-escalate the conflict during the crisis. And Russia has violated international law and a lot of the agreements with NATO, etc., etc. And of course, you have the former Secretary General of NATO, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, who recently warned that the current conflict with Russia is likely to last for decades, for several decades. And he said this with reference to Russia's attempts at creating an alternative European security forum to NATO, which is not new, but also, of course, when it comes to Ukraine. And he said that the only thing that Russia understands is firmness. And I think that also is a general idea and vision in NATO. And especially the countries I mentioned, the frontline countries, they really demand substantive changes in Russian policy before they can accept any sort of defrosting of relations. But of course, again, in his first official speech, Jens Stoltenberg emphasized that NATO must have a relationship with Russia. And I don't think that is about being soft on Russia or an attempt to accommodate Putin in order to restore some kind of balance. I think it's simply about having a relationship with Russia, because not having it is not an option. And this is also a view which is shared by the EU High Representative in the EU, Mogherini, where she said that Russia is part of the problem, but Russia is for sure also part of the solution. And the EU has emphasized, at least she has, that relaunching a dialogue with Russia is important. Then again, like after more than 35 phone calls with Putin, in which he lied in all of them, Angela Merkel said, she might be less sort of optimistic about any sort of future dialogue, at least in the short term. Solidarity, reassurance and resolve. Solidarity is the backbone of NATO, of course. And solidarity and, I quote, the resolve to unite their efforts for collective defense and for the preservation of peace and security are deeply embedded founding principles in the North Atlantic Treaty. The mutual security guarantee, embedded in Article 5, is, I would say, the most attractive club good around, and the one that comes with membership. And today, this solidarity is put to a test in several ways, and at least two of them are important, I think. Firstly, of course, by Russia, a more forward policy, a Russia that demonstrates the willingness to underpin foreign policy goals with military means, even in Europe. And also a Russia that always now, that has increased its overflights, like the defense minister was talking about, and potentially also have been deploying a submarine in the Baltic Sea. We don't know that, but there are indications, right? So certainly Russia does not feel obliged by any international norms that we all thought were universal. And here, of course, the question is whether NATO solidarity stretches all the way to the Baltic states. This is again popping up in the media and in NATO. Can the Baltic states be defended? President Obama said when he visited Estonia prior to the Wales summit that we are ready to defend Tallinn, Riga, and Vilnius just as we are ready to defend Berlin, Paris, and London. What could he say? It's all about the credibility of the alliance and of the North Atlantic Treaty. And I think that it's really now that the new members of NATO see what their membership means, and also where NATO needs to act on that. I mean, deploying troops to the ISAF operations or participating in sort of daily NATO policy shaping, etc., is one thing, but this is about the sovereignty of these countries. The second challenge to solidarity, and this is sort of my last point here, is of course the economic crisis. Is NATO at all able to act on Article 5? Should that be necessary? Well, like I said, the economy is in crisis in terms of, and the defense budgets are suffering. And it's rather an open question of how that will be strengthened and how much time it will take. And furthermore, I think that even if solidarity is acted upon, and if resources are made available, determining what counts as a violation of Article 5 is not necessarily clear-cut. The threshold apparently is quite low at the moment. One gunshot in the wrong place could be enough But of course, the borderline cases are the difficult ones. And there are no sort of predefined criteria. And what I've been told is this have to be decided sort of on the spot. And of course, it's not always easy to read what is going on. And especially Russia then could here sort of nurture, use the blurriness of the Article 4, Article 5, and the difficulty of establishing what is happening if it is a clear-cut example of the violation of territorial sovereignty. Russia could use that to nurture intra-alliance tensions and disagreements. So to conclude, what is at stake for NATO in the current situation? I would say credibility, military posture, coherence, responsiveness, a sense of solidarity that stretches out to all allies, but also, I think, to have a certain openness to a changing environment. And then I mean a changing environment maybe in the positive sense. That should not be excluded, at least. And the reading of NATO's strategic surroundings is swept now in a very realist language. There is consensus that something must be done to deter further aggression and reassure allies, of which the Readiness Action Plan is a very recent and handfast example. But there is no consensus really at the moment on what the next steps towards Russia will be, except for continued efforts at deterring future aggression through military presence, etc., etc. And also perhaps to await the effects of the EU economic sanctions. So in retrospect, the subtitle of my talk could have been as well Old Threats, New Tensions, in view of re-emerging Russia and more heterogeneous alliances. A feature that distinguishes NATO from other political military organizations is its decision-making method. Agreement through consultation before decisions are reached is not only in line with democratic principles, but also an effective way of building solidarity and of building community. Consensus among its members means that once a decision is reached, the alliance is united and strong, as emphasized by NATO's Secretary General recently. But of course, in the current situation, this could also be a potential source of weakness, a watering out of decisions, in a situation where colliding worldviews, partly driven by the media, or where the media is used as a strategic tool to promote certain representations. But I think that going into that would be a completely different lecture. So I'll just like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nina. Thank you all for excellent insights and food for thought. And now we have come to the concluding part of session 1, the Q&A session. So could I ask the speakers to step up to the panel? We will take 3 questions at a time and asking the panel to respond to them before we have another round. So I suggest we start on row 4, then row 4 in the aisle afterwards.
Thank you. Pia Isaksetre, political scientist with background from the Norwegian Ministry of Defense and Defense Staff. I was steering committee member of Sherr and was a strong advocate for closing down this organization, which we did in 2009. My job was forced generation to international organizations, and the Norwegian priority number 1 was NATO, priority number 2 was the UN, and if there was anything left, we would offer it to the EU. So there was basically nothing left to offer to Sherr. That's also why we closed it down. And then suddenly, the organization of NORDEFCO appeared. An organization many of us on the military side are very skeptical to, as we experience it as an organization that crave much resources, but give little, if any, operative effect for our forces. The preferred partner of the Norwegian Army is the Netherlands, which we have a bilateral agreement with. In retrospect, I would have kept Sherr had I known that NORDEFCO would be established. So I would like to ask Mr. Rasmussen how NORDEFCO is pursued by the Danish armed forces? Because to me, NORDEFCO appears as an appendix, and I mean in the medical sense. Thanks.
Thank you. We will carry on. Did I see a hand? No. In row number 4, in the aisle. Yes, sir.
First of all, I'd just like to say that at the very start of the Ukrainian crisis, I was urging there be a U.S. tripwire detachment in the Baltic states. And, of course, the Russian FSB did come across the border. There has been a borderline incident, grant that Estonian operative. And there's been so little reaction. There's also the danger of the Russians turning Narva into another Stalingrad with the Russian separatists. But I'm a cold warrior. And besides having Razumov choking on his waffle, besides having Razumov choking on his waffle over that breakfast up in Alaska, the Katyn massacre was my issue. And I think that was what brought the Soviet regime down. It wasn't just economics. Now, when Yeltsin took over, thanks to, in part to Gorbachev's glasnost, it looked to me, Dr. Sherr, like the Russian people wanted to become part of the West. They wanted to leave the old Russia. And then came Kosovo, which the Kosovo War, which we forced on the Serbs with Appendix B of the Rambouillet Treaty, which I trust everyone here knows about. Then there was Iraq, a Russian ally, Libya, Syria, and now we fomented our $5 billion coup in Kiev, and which was endorsed by Senator McCain and other senators and Vice President Biden and his entrepreneur son. So my question to the panel, especially to Dr. Sherr, is aren't we responsible for this Ukraine mess and confrontation, which I agree is more dangerous than the Cold War was? And shouldn't we back off, maybe even consider a partition of Ukraine?
Thank you. Karsten has a question.
Thank you. My name is Karsten Friis. I work at Nubi. Sorry, I'll turn it back to everybody. I just would like to ask James Sherr to thank him for his very chilling analysis of Russia, but I would like to ask him to look a little bit into the future. Is this regime collapsing, or are we going to be with this? Are we stuck with this situation for a decade to come? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just leave the floor to the panel. You may choose who wants to respond first. Maybe you should take the NORDEFCO question.
My fellow panelists has agreed that I will take the floor first. That was very kind of them. With regards to NORDEFCO and the view of NORDEFCO of the Danish Armed Forces, I'm sure there's great enthusiasm all over the place for how that cooperation is going. I think we have really to think hard about what to do with NORDEFCO, and not with a view to how to get this stuff rid of as soon as possible, because I think your Sherr example is a perfectly good example of how there are actually some concepts which make a lot of sense, and when you don't put enough effort into them, then surprisingly they don't work. And then you are in a situation where you either have to dish them or you have to reinvigorate them. And we chose wrongly with Sherr. It should have been invigorated rather than relieved of duty. And while I think the comparison between NORDEFCO and Sherr is a bit harsh, because NORDEFCO is actually delivering a lot of stuff on a more structural level. If you look at HR cooperation, a lot of other issues where you actually find stuff happening, and as I think is somehow often underestimated, that what NORDEFCO also does is to provide some kind of framework which says to individual officers that Nordic cooperation is a good idea, guys. For instance, as far as I know, Danish tank crews wanted at some point to do some winter training, and didn't found the weather in Jutland to suit that purpose, and then went to Sweden to train on exactly the same vehicles, without any kind of a formal agreement between the Danish and the Swedish government and memorandums of understandings and so on and so forth, because then it would have been spring or summer before they actually got around to it. But that could just be done because everyone in the organization knew that there was such a thing as Nordic cooperation, and doing Nordic cooperation of some kind would give you some gold star in your book at the Ministry of Defense, which it of course did. So I think underestimating this kind of stuff is something we can very easily do, but which we should be really careful of. My second point, and then I will shut up, is that in the current security environment, where you, from that geopolitical perspective, might argue that the Nordic region is a mess, with some member of NATO, some countries member of NATO, some not, where the Baltic countries is real front line in relations to Russia and so on. There are so many uncertainties that what Nordefco can, on a good day, is to create some certainty, create some framework for cooperation, which encompass all of this. And the more we can integrate this in a northern dimension with the British and the Dutch and the Germans and the Poles and the Balts and so on, the more the better. And the more we can give this a concrete reality, the more the better. But that of course also means that we have to look very hard on our own national relationship with the great allies, because as you rightly mentioned, we all like to go to Washington and make deals on our individual contributions, and perhaps sometimes it would be a good idea for all the defense ministers to show up and to make joint contributions. But that is of course something which has to be determined on the basis of capabilities and on a case-to-case basis. But just to sum up, I'm a big Nordefco fan and will remain one.
Thank you.
Thanks. Let me answer first the second question that came to me, because it's easier to answer. I think we have to be principled agnostics about the future. The Soviet economy reached its plateau under that model of development by 1970. The next 10 years were the most dangerous and aggressive period of Soviet foreign policy. It took 20 years before that system fell. The Russian system can be full of structural problems, and the trend lines can be very negative. Even if you look at the whole energy sector, the pessimistic forecasts talk about real crises occurring sometime between 2020 and 2030. So the number of Russian experts around who deeply, deeply dislike this state of affairs, who say that they're convinced it could carry on for 10 to 15 years like this, might not be wrong. But there are others who say, well, it can, but it could also collapse next Thursday afternoon. We see only so much of what these cracks are and what is actually happening there. So I just repeat the case for agnosticism. Now, to our American colleague, I was just saying, as a matter of fact, as I just know this through experience, if you believe that there was a coup in Kiev, unfortunately, there is no way, even over a very long period of time, you and I would be able to have a meeting of minds. And I'm sure you could substantiate what you've said with 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 or 70 specifics, and it doesn't change the matter. I have for 20 years worked in Ukraine, cheek by jowl, with NATO, at times with the EU, with the British Embassy. This description would be absolutely unrecognizable to anybody I have ever come across in my working relationships in Ukraine during that entire period. I've just mentioned one point. In 2012, I was invited to give a lecture by the Ukrainian Diplomatic Academy and the NATO Information Center and about future conflict, and I spoke about the dynamic of future internal conflict in Ukraine, and painted a picture about the development of society, the deprofessionalization of institutions by the Yanukovych regime, the predatory nature of that system, the commercialization of everything, and I concluded that we are in a situation where internal conflict can arise without warning, where its course and direction will be very difficult to predict, where the probability of escalation will be extremely high, and where the odds are that the security forces and law enforcement forces will not be able to handle this intelligently. Although in the wider NATO community, this analysis provoked a lot of skepticism amongst a room full of Ukrainian security professionals, including uniformed people, colonels and generals, and two video conferences, there was not a word of dissent. And there was a sense that for quite some time, beginning 2011. So I can only just respond sincerely on the basis of my own perspective and experience to the point you raised. Thanks.
Nina?
Just to the question to the question on Russia, Ukraine, and whether or not the West is responsible for what happened, and whether or not a partition of Ukraine would be sort of the best solution or a solution at all. I might think that responsibility is the wrong word here, really, because you have to twist it and say what sort of was the alternative. I think that the international community here and NATO followed sort of the universal norms and the liberal tradition, where, for instance, choosing your own foreign policy orientation is up to each and every country. It's nothing that the third country could sort of decide upon. And NATO possibly couldn't, and the EU let Russia define that Ukraine should not get closer association with the EU. It might not have been sort of wise, but it's also a matter of following the principles, I think. And here also you could mention the protection of civilians and the R2P, etc. All this sort of belongs to the liberal tradition that we adhere to. And also, of course, the principle that borders should remain unchanged is very important. And I think that regarding the NATO-Russia relationship, although I'm not a specialist on Russia, I must add, cooperation that was initiated in the late 90s, and of course the Russian-NATO Council, cooperation must rely on trust. I mean, that is not only a question of the trust of not being invaded or attacked, it's also a question of trusting sort of the other party that you share at least some visions and some ideas about how, what they should do together or how international relations should look like. So in retrospect, it might be naive, but I mean when it happened, I can't really see how the international community could have done it very differently, apart from just rejecting having a relationship. I also meant to be a bit provocative here.
Thank you. I think we're stuck with Carsten's question. Is this a situation which would last for years? Have you responded to that already? No. You have? Okay.
Yeah.
I have
yes.
One on row number 4 and another one in the middle there and one in the back.
Thank you. My name is Mario Santa. I have a question to Mr. James Sherr. He said that Mr. Rogozin may be the next Kremlin leader. And I asked him if he really thinks that, because Mr. Rogozin is I don't know if he is not a Kremlin type leader. He made some threats, even to Romania. He said that he will come next time when Romania closed the airspace. He said that he will come next time with the Tupolev bomber. Also, he made some threats on the Aegis shield that the United States will implement in Romania. He said that Russia will take severe action. I asked him if he really thinks that Mr. Rogozin can be the next leader, if the Russian people can digest that. Also, I have a question about Hungary. If people think that Hungary, who is now the rebel of Europe, and who would take some steps to implement Russia's policy in Europe, they cut the gas pipes to Ukraine. Also, they plan to build a nuclear facility with Russian help. If you think that that's contagious in Europe, because we see Slovakia and Czechia also trying to take the same way. In Moldova, we have elections on the end of the year, on the end of November, and I asked Mr. Sherr if he thinks that if Moldova will take the European way, what will happen, what will be Russian intervention there? If they will take Transnistria, or we will see a scenario like with Ukraine, with Crimea or Donbass or Donetsk region? And also I have a question for all the members. Why is nobody talking about, not saying nothing about China, who is I think who profited the most from these cheap resources, and now we see Russia is going to sell a lot of gas and oil to China. They will put, how we say, all the baskets, the eggs in one basket. If that's a good thing or a bad thing. Thank you.
Can I ask you to put forward one question at a time? Next one is row number 4.
4 good questions.
There, yes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Roger Berg, retired from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. My thanks to the panel and a question to Mr. Sherr. You talked about the political rhetoric of Russian leaders. Just to have a short historical comment about the blood. I am reminded of a speech of Chancellor Bismarck to the German, Parliament in the 1860s, where he said that Germany will be united not through parliamentary decisions and majority speeches,
blood
but
and
through
iron.
blood and iron. It
Yeah.
just crossed my mind. Now, the question would be this. You talked about the Russian value system and the confrontation ideological in a way with the West. But I wanted to ask you, might there be other motives for this very bitter Soviet, Russian opposition to the West? Somewhat or perhaps a more pragmatic and less ideological charm. Aren't these people really very afraid of their own jobs, the nomenclatura? I mean, if the democracy comes and the winds of change will blow over them, okay, their own jobs are in peril. They might lose their jobs and their preferences and their privileges. Would you say this is a moment, this is something which adds additionally to the confrontation to the West? And how serious is this concern from the nomenclatura? Thank you.
Do my colleagues want to comment first? Sorry, did you want to continue taking questions?
I think you have already 4 questions, so if you could take these first and then move on.
All right, maybe my comments will stimulate Mikkel and Nina also to make some comments. On the last question, well, thank you, I agree. That's why I said the first element of all this was a change in the domestic system. And my point is that they have created this mobilization, they're creating this mobilization system, and good luck to them, because I don't think it has, I question the economic reasoning behind it, but good luck to them. They're doing this because the alternative of setting up a rules-based competitive economic system would deprive most of the current stakeholders of power, and would make it impossible to run the Russian economy and political system the way it's being run now. And that's why I said for the Kremlin there's no choice at all. And you mentioned Bismarck. I'm glad you did, because I think there are a lot of comparisons. Not all of them are misconceived, but a lot of them are facile, exaggerated, and wrong, between Putin's thinking and that of a famous German gentleman, or not a gentleman, of the 1930s. I think if you really want to see the mood in Russia is much closer to that of Wilhelmine Germany at the turn of the last century. And I think a lot of the dangers we're looking at are much more along the lines of pre-1914 dangers than 1938 dangers. So I'm glad you mentioned Bismarck. Just 2 points on China. I think the Chinese are extremely wise, pragmatic, judicious people. They are not, and any serious person there will say this, they are not going to join Russia in the kind of strategic partnership that Russia is talking about. They have dictated the terms of the new energy relationship with Russia. And the fact is that even if they were willing to buy more and on better terms, There is no way over the next 20 years that that infrastructure can be built and developed in a way to replace the critical importance of European markets on Russia. And this is something we need to bear in mind when we keep worrying that the Russians will cut off the gas. They might for a few days, they might even for a couple of weeks, but Russia cannot survive without European markets. And they know this. As I said, these people, they understand the economic realities. And the 4 questions, the other 3 questions, very quickly. No, I'm glad you said this about Rogozin. He's sometimes spoken of as a successor. I don't see the point of this for the reasons you mentioned. In a way, I more seriously take the possibilities of Sergei Shoigu, the current Minister of Defense. But, again, a principled agnostic. I don't know what's going to happen there. But I do want to question the belief that any alternative to Putin is necessarily going to be better. It might in the end. We don't know. The points about Hungary, well, more or less I agree with you. I think so far, at least in the situation in the Czech Republic, is different. I think, this is a terrible thing to say. In a sense, the division, the peaceful, admirable division between the Czech Republic and Slovakia has in many ways deracinated the Czechs. It has cut them off from this whole Central European cultural reality and instincts. And it's been the case for some time that, they do exemplify this axiom, the national interest is the business interest. Apart from a few intellectuals and a handful of politicians now, Karl Schwarzenberg was the last significant one, it's difficult to find people who think in geopolitical terms. This is not because they have this embittered ideological animus towards the EU, which you see on the part of Orban, and particularly, the parties to the right of Orban. And Moldova, well, I'm very skeptical, because for the first time now, it's not all that surprising, the anti-EU sentiment in Moldova is stronger than the EU sentiment. Why? And this is something one keeps telling so far without much success. President Poroshenko of Ukraine, the Moldovan electorate associates the pro-EU forces in Moldova with corruption, insider deals, and everything else. And this is a population that's profoundly, as the Ukrainian population is, has a deeply cynical attitude about the entire political class, and doesn't see that is not convinced, doesn't think it's axiomatic that having an agreement with the EU is going to change this.
Any comments?
Just to carry on from what you were saying, James, something we have to recognize in what is going on at the moment in the conflict, or whatever you would like to call it, between the West and Russia, is exactly the way in which this is not only a government-to-government issue, but also a business-to-business issue, yes, and a civil society issue. The whole notion of people who understand Russia's point, what the Germans call Putin-Versteher, talks to something which are often ignored in this geopolitical NATO-based discussion, which is that there are actually a lot of people in Western Europe who digs Putin, who thinks he's actually onto something, who think his view on homosexuality or punk bands or whatever are exactly the way things should be. And that is not to say that anyone who's anti-EU is pro-Putin or anything as simple as that. It just demonstrates how complicated European politics actually are in this austerity environment, and how that view can find a voice in Putin, just as people with grievances could find something in Moscow during the Cold War, and just as, and I think that the historical analogy is better, just as a lot of people saw in Tsarist Russia a way to get a more strict and pure view, and how religion and a lot of other identity issues can play into that. So the conflict with Russia is a much more complicated one than it has been for the last 20 years, exactly because there is an ideological split. that we can no longer claim, as Nina pointed out, that we are all part of that great Fukuyaman experiment towards that one Western democracy model, but that this is very different models, even if we can buy oil from one another at the same time. And leading on with the oil one, the Russians are basically a petrol station with an army. And while the army may be large and the petrol station is also of a fair size, that is that economy. I mean, Apple is worth more than the entire value of the Moscow Stock Exchange. It is a small-time operation which depends on one kind of export. And if we really wanted to, we could close that stuff down in 6 months and they will go bankrupt. I think one could argue that perhaps bankrupting Russia is not the smartest thing we could do. And I think you could also argue that actually this dependency, which is a real dependency on Russia, on the Western economic machine, is actually something we can work with. And that is therefore, I think that you can find plenty of people who are very critical about the EU's approach to Russia and more who are even more critical about NATO's approach to Russia. But basically the point is that we have time and we have a lot of resources. And if we use them cleverly and we use them coherently and we, as I was talking about before, have a coherent strategy which is long-term and based on our values, then we have most of the cards and the Russians really don't have that many. And a lot of the things I fear are the same one as James alluded to, which is that the Russians know this. And for that reason, their window of opportunity may be very small. And you know what happens if you have a small window of opportunity?
Exactly.
You do stupid stuff, right? In the 100th anniversary of the First World War, we should all remember that people who believe they have a small window of opportunity can do extremely unhelpful stuff.
You want to silence me? Yeah. Well, I really agree with Mikkel on this, a lot of things, but what it said about the sort of new member states in Eastern Europe, new member states of NATO, for instance, that we tend to sort of focus only on the security problems or challenges that we are faced with, where there's a lot of political challenges, and also that they are not sort of consistent or very agree with us always. There's some of the anti-Russia, some of the pro-Russia or Putin rather views. So there's a lot of things to deal with, and that should also be kept in mind as long as we think of, for instance, NATO as also a political military organization, and of course with regard to the EU. And then I have more of a sort of a question to James here. I'm quite sure that Russiology, is that what it's called, will have real revival now. Yes, but it's you can see from the questions here, and you can see from the discourse in general, the focus is on Russia. My concern is, however, that should we sort of change or redirect all of our thinking, strategical thinking and security thinking, because of this, as it seems now, one man regime, Putin? How long will he last? Is that wise? Should we not? We should, be careful not to panic here. Like you said, we have time. So I mean, we should also open up for different readings of that and not let everything be about Putin. But it's, as a researcher, I also know it's always, easy to get into the middle of the discourse. And so I have a more question to you.
Could
what
I
do you think about that?
have 40 seconds?
Short.
Okay. Well, I fully agree with you. You've asked me to talk about Russia, and I have. I didn't say it's the most important problem we have. I think, the problem we have, and I'll go back to what the minister said about the need to engage the public. It's very difficult getting our publics today to understand that this remains a very dangerous world. We don't have the luxury of coming to power and coming into office saying, these are my priorities. The world is going to dictate your priorities whether you like it or not. The world dictates the fact that, as in the 1930s in a different context, as the British Defence Requirements Committee knew in the 1930s, there are 2 or 3 significant potential enemies out there, and you cannot have security without resources, and you shouldn't be boxed in to making these choices. Running a successful foreign policy, let alone a security policy, requires resources, it requires expertise, it requires all of this. It's very, very hard to get this point across in our societies, particularly at a time of recession. And just one other thing, if you inferred from all this that my view is that this is all about one man, that is emphatically wrong. I am describing the perception of a very large part of the Russian elite, and I would add that even that another part of the Russian elite that is critical of this buys into a lot of this, particularly the foreign policy aspects of it with nuances. And as others would remind us here, President Putin is overwhelmingly popular. So the problem I'm trying to talk about is Russia, not Putin, important as he is. Thanks. Oh, and one final comment, just to echo Mikkel. The concluding line of the British historian Geoffrey Hudson in the 1930s, nothing leads to war more ineluctably than the steady decline of relative power.
Thank you to the panel. I'm sorry we have to close the questions now. We are already into our lunch time.
Right. Yeah.
Again, thank you to the panel for sharing their thoughts and insights. And as a token of our appreciation, I would like to offer you a book. It is empty, but I'm sure you can fill it with words.
It's a Moleskine book. I love them, yes. Thank you. They're wonderful. Thank you so much.
Now, lunchtime.
No, but someone in the audience might have been thinking that too. And that's why I was glad you asked the question. Very glad you asked.
And that is a very important point, because there's also this. Yeah, and there's this tendency to nations.
Sorry? Sorry? Of which party? Of Romania? Of Kurdistan? Sorry, yes, of course.
I have good contact with your Liberal Party in Britannia, with Mr. Yunazin Freyer. You know Mr. Yunazin?
No.
Mr. Robert, he's member in European and in
Mr. Robert? No.
But we have contact with Liberal Democrat Party in UK.
Okay.
And we have contact with Liberal International in UK. I was in UK.
I have spent some time with officials of the Kurdish regional government.
What's his name?
I don't remember now, a long time ago. I felt from the beginning, whatever is going on in Iraq, Kurdistan has, the KRG has a legitimate government, it's a functioning entity. They deserve support, they will know what to do with military support if you give it to them. I don't have a card. You can get I don't have a card, you can get my email from any of these people.
fortsette møtet i salen. Her er fullt hus da. Ja, det trenger ikke. Ja, det var fint med møtesettingen. Da lar vi stoppe og gå på lok. Så er vi tilbake her. Ja, det er helt perfekt. Hvis du bare gidder på å stå der et øyeblikk. Skal jeg stå eller sitte? For du vil ta noe... Nei, den går ganske nedover. Nei, det er veldig mye bedre. Ja, bra. Det gjør vi. Det er mulig at jeg får bitte litt sånn skyggeeffekt på grunn av spotter, men
Den på. Den av. Ok, så den her det styres fra, ja. Så derfor du må ha den PowerPoint opp for å snakke. Ja. Nei, jeg tenker ikke det, jeg har den her, ja. Put it on right away. You'll listen, okay. Yeah. Whatever you prefer. You have both options. Okay. Is everybody back? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, shall we crack on again? My name is Karsten Friis. I work at NUPI. I'm going to be your, almost said Toastmaster this afternoon. I'm sorry there will not be many toasts. I'll be the moderator. We are now moving a little bit towards the, let's say, more military dimension of this discussion. We are discussing armed forces and geopolitics, expeditionary warfare, or territorial defense. You noticed our minister said that we should have both, but of course that's not always so easy. We need to prioritize, and it's lots of practical challenges related to that. Our first speaker, he's Dutch, but he's been about 30 years in the UK. His name is Willelm Honig. He works at King's College, Department of War Studies. I'm sure many of you are familiar with his work. He also, though, worked in Sweden for a while at the Swedish Defense Academy, and numerous other places. You have the detailed bio in your information sheet, so I'm not going to detail. The name of your presentations is The Use of Military Force in the Modern World. So with no further ado, I will leave the floor to you. Please.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you also for the applause that sort of raises expectations and puts even more pressure on me than I had before. I know that my middle name is turning into something that makes me not so quite Dutch anymore, but something vaguely European, but it doesn't quite fit in with any European language I'm familiar with. It's just a plain Willem with 2 L's, not 3. But what I will try and talk about now is something a little bit more fundamental. I want us to move a little bit away from NATO and Ukraine to a more general focus on the problem of the use, or as it's now also popularly known, the utility of force. Because it is a temptation that now that we've got Ukraine as a problem, Russia as a problem, to return to old times, to think that NATO is once again finding that it is an absolutely necessary organization that is facing problems that it was designed for and that continue to crop up. I've always thought that, I've long thought that NATO is the luckiest military alliance in history, because every time you think it's on the way out, another problem pops up, and hey, NATO has a job to do. That after the end of the Cold War, there was first Yugoslavia, with a little reprise in Kosovo in 1999. Then there was Afghanistan, and just as Afghanistan is coming to an end, hey, now there's Ukraine. Now, what I'm going to talk about is a bit of a warning to make us too relaxed about the utility of NATO, because I don't think we've properly really tackled, understood, engaged with the problems that the utility, the use of force presents us in the modern world. I also think, because utility force refers directly to a book, famous book now, written almost 10 years ago by a British General Rupert Smith. But even longer ago, in the early 90s, Martin van Creveld, the Israeli military historian, wrote a book in which he predicted that the wars of the future would be very different, and that the militaries as we knew them in Western developed countries would face obsolescence. That argument, which he published unfortunately in 1991, just as a conventional conflict against Saddam Hussein was developing, was widely derided at the time. But I do think that it is an important thing to bear in mind that his ideas, which he presented then, and which in many ways were echoed by Rupert Smith some 10 years ago, have not gone away. So for those of you in uniform in the audience, obsolescence is a threat to you. It continues to be a threat. And to those of you not in uniform, who function in ministries of defense or in foreign ministries, and those of us in the informed public, we need to be really quite aware of that issue, and also the influence that has on civil-military relations as we know them. The connection between the relationship between politics and war is subject to change, and we haven't seen the end of it yet. So don't let Ukraine, Russia lull us into a false sense of past security that will be okay again. Things are very familiar. They are not. Now, when one talks about war, most people, or few people I presume, will object here that war is about making the enemy do your will, as Clausewitz wrote it down. It's about making the enemy do your will. But the question of what it is when it comes to war that you use to make the enemy do your will, and also the question what it is in war when it comes to war, when you're at war with somebody, what is it exactly that makes this enemy do your will, are actually perhaps maybe not as clear as we tend to think that they are. When you ask people what is it that makes the enemy do your will, people will say on the whole with Clausewitz it is force. Force makes the enemy do our will. And we've created in developed countries a bureaucracy that calls itself the managers of violence, that has as its job to concentrate exclusively almost on the application of force in order to make the enemy do our will. A big question, though, in the last 25 years, our experiences in many different places across the globe should have made us more aware or attuned to the possibility that what we've always thought about what force is, what force does, may not be that straightforward at all, and may actually be a certain construct of a certain period of time which has worked in a context where militaries fought other militaries which were constructed, designed very similarly within a sort of broader, if you want, strategic culture, where people sort of agreed of how wars worked and how wars ended. But what we have found over the past 25 years is ourselves in places where the understanding of war has been rather different. The understanding of what the things that happen in war are and what they effect, how they result in results, has been quite different. And we found time and time again when our militaries deploy, when they use force in the way they've been trained to, that the political effects we expect to happen have not really occurred at all. And really the record of the past 25 years is not a very successful one at all. We've been lucky in a sense that every time we've been able to withdraw, to use a sort of phrase from the 1970s, with honor, because the conflict sort of ended in some kind of way that we could extract ourselves. But there's not really been any war in the past 25 years where our militaries have played a clear-cut role in delivering victory in the way they were designed to. And that suggests really that our understanding of what war is, what the role is of force within war, how force, even if it is a thing that plays a part amongst a range of possible means, that war is not exclusively or ultimately about the application of violence, even if it is about a range of means that are being applied, we don't quite know how they translate into effects, how they translate especially into political effects. And we've had a number of responses to this problem, but they've not been one that has very honestly, if one dare say that, or very directly engaged with a more fundamental questioning of what we understand war to be and how we do it better. The responses we've had have on the whole been, let me find my little list. Is on the whole, they are marked by four possibilities. The first one is that what we require is more operational refinement. We do not misunderstand war. We understand war very well, but if things are not going very well, what is lacking is a proper operational concept that does the thing better. COIN is a great example of that in Afghanistan. That COIN was not that we misunderstood war fundamentally, but we just needed a better, a more finely tuned operational approach to the problem, which in the end did not really call into question very much the role of force at being at the center of warfare. A second popular theory of explaining the lack of success is to blame it on the politicians. That the politicians either have aims that are not entirely clear, or they have aims that are far too ambitious, and that the military with the limited means they are given could not possibly achieve. The third one is that you begin to exclude certain forms of conflict from war. And one can see that very clearly in the many adjectives that exist that are now attached to war, where there is a tendency to say that there are a number of those that aren't really war and aren't really the thing that our militaries do. That is a dangerous, slippery slope, because I don't think there's many people who would think that the conflicts which we faced in the past 25 years, where forces have been sent abroad, were really not wars at all. They are commonly recognized as being wars. They're commonly recognized as theaters of operations in which the military has to play a primary role. So one needs to be really careful about the temptation to exclude certain categories of conflict from war. It is also possible that one engages in plain denial and thinks, well, the next time it will be different. And this is one of the things which we can already detect with Afghanistan. Afghanistan was an exception. It's not going to happen again. Next time it'll really be different. Won't get back to wars as it used to be. And hey presto, then we've got suddenly Ukraine. And we can think, wow, we've got NATO. We've got this long-standing military organization. It's very well structured, knows what it's doing. It's Russia, and that's one we know. We can pick up where we left off 25 years ago. It's not going to be that easy. Now, at the same time, I want to stress that I'm quite optimistic about Ukraine in the longer run. I think that what came up at the end of the discussion this morning is in all likelihood what's going to happen, that the time is on our side, that on a political, economic level, Putin is facing very serious, the Russian regime, the Russian elite is facing very severe challenges which they're either going to have to deal with us or they've got to do something pretty strange and desperate. But I'm not so sure they'll do that. So I think that time is on our side, and some kind of political resolution of the conflict that makes it sort of acceptable for both sides is in the offing. So it doesn't need to have to come to conflict. Where Ukraine, though, is very interesting is the use of not so much force, but the use of armed forces in the conflict by the Russian side. That we have an idea, as I said, of what war is, and our reaction to the use by Russian armed forces, the activities of Russian armed forces has been one, in a way, is the one of the options I described of how we tend to react to conflict where things don't go too well, is by saying, well, this isn't really war, what they are doing. They've exhibited an illegitimate use of armed forces. And that, of course, on the one hand is entirely true, that it is a use of force, armed forces, which we don't subscribe to. But on the other hand, it's not an entirely, it is an effective use of force which actually could be best described not with the paradigm Clausewitz presented us with, and which we believe in as war is a continuation of politics by other means, but quite differently and even more shortly as war equaling politics. War as a continuation of politics by other means fits in very well with our ideas about war and our ideas about civil-military relations. It put war in a very distinct place, separate from all other forms of human activity. It creates, therefore, a system of civil-military relations that to us is very comforting because it puts the military subordinate to politicians. It makes the military an agent of the civilian authority, but it also makes the military an agent, as I said before, of the use of a very specific thing, force and force alone. It doesn't really engage the military directly in politics. It keeps them out of politics, but it lets them do something that somehow has some kind of an effect that the politicians can then pick up and make use of to achieve some kind of politically positive end state. Now, what we see in Ukraine, what we see in Afghanistan, what we've seen in Iraq, what we've seen in many other places in the contemporary world is really an understanding of war that is an integral part of politics. It is not a continuation of politics, it is part and parcel of politics. There is no clear line, there are no clear functional divisions like we have in the West between war and politics. It is one and the same thing. That means that force plays a role. Yeah? War is unthinkable without force. But at the same time, it puts force within a context. It gives it a coloring. It gives it a value that is very different from the one we are used to. It makes force something which you can use a little bit of, you can use more of. It makes force something that is essentially an element of bargaining with an opponent. It is part of a strategy of bargaining. That is strange to us. We don't think force bargains. We think force wins wars. Force makes opponents defenseless. Defenseless opponents have our will imposed upon them. They have no means of resistance. They have no choice but to accede to our will. Now, that may have been a model of war that at some point in history may have worked up to a point, but that is not the usual view of what war is and how it works. The usual view throughout history, and I would also posit to you in much of the world we live in today, is that war is politics. War is part and parcel of politics. It cannot be separated out. It cannot be relegated to a distinct sphere of its own. It is part of the political interaction between contending opponents. It is part of a bargaining process. And it is part of a bargaining process that on the whole is not very often expected to lead to total success for one side and total defeat for the other. which is also very much associated with our way of war. You win decisively. You impose your will. The defeated party accedes to the demands of the victor. Now, most wars across history, most wars in many cultures, are wars that end in forms of compromise in which force has played an important part. But it is not necessarily the single decisive factor which is left to a special bunch of people to apply, to administer. Now, if that is the case, that presents an enormous challenge for our militaries, but also for our civil military system. It means, in effect, that if force becomes an element of bargaining with an opponent, that this cherished division, civil-military division, has to be questioned. It means, in effect, that something with which all military have been educated now for well over a century, if not longer, that the military are apolitical, will have to be opened up to questioning. The military may have to become more political. They may have, at the very least, have to begin to think in more political terms. They can't just concentrate on the technicalities of applying force. They can't just concentrate on the technologies of violence. They have to think about how what they can do actually results in political effects. They have to think along with politicians. They might have to think for politicians even. This, for many, is a slippery slope. But if what I'm saying has some value, has some merit, this is a slippery slope which we'll have to go down on. And if we don't go down this slippery slope, we might continue to face an ongoing series of wars here, there, in various places where the outcomes are not very much to our satisfaction. Now, we may be able to live with that. We've been able to live with that for the past 25 years. Our consciences have not been entirely happy with it. But all these conflicts with these unhappy outcomes have not really impinged upon our fundamental security. They're not simply wars of choice. They've been wars of luxury as well. But as suggested, we're not entirely happy with that, that's one thing, but it may be that we will face at some point conflicts where this really isn't going to work. And let me conclude with talking a little bit about Ukraine, that what NATO can do vis-à-vis Russia is actually extremely limited. NATO has always been a reactive military alliance. It could, which relied on really only one thing. And you could say NATO is essentially a one-trick pony. Well, that's not entirely fair. It's a two-trick pony. But when it comes to Russia, it's a one-trick pony. That the way the Cold War worked for NATO was that NATO sought to deter a Soviet attack. How did it do that? By offering the Soviet Union very limited choice in terms of what the kind of war was the Soviet Union would face. Yeah, you would attack Western Europe, you would be in a world war. The only possible choice, but nobody was entirely sure about that, but that strengthened deterrence was whether it would be conventional or nuclear. But what was clear was it would be a world war. NATO was very bad at being let's call it an offensive alliance that could develop initiatives, that could engage with an opponent and make him change his mind. It could only really, it was designed, it functioned as a deterrence military alliance. Politically, it was important because of the link with the United States. But it really didn't play much of a role in any other sense. All European countries, NATO members, were extremely keen on sitting around the same table as the United States and try to influence the United States. But it was a process that was quite separate in many ways from the East-West conflict. Now, with Russia, this one trick isn't going to work simply because the stakes of the conflict are different. It isn't really an either-or choice between we have world war with Russia or not. We have a crisis. We have a crisis. We need crisis management. And the NATO political establishment has picked that up and talks about crisis management. But when you look at the actual ability of the alliance to engage in crisis management, the structures it has, simply the size says that it can't do crisis management. It cannot do it. It cannot do it. So what you end up with is an organization that is still very much reactive, and it may be able to draw a clear line to Russia to here and no further, which goes along the borders of the Baltic Republic. It may even be able to sort of strike out the subclause in Article 5 that actually assistance to any member state that is attacked is not guaranteed by Article 5 at all. It's just demands that you consider military assistance. It might even get over that one. But that doesn't mean that it helps very much those countries that are on the other side of the line. Now, you might then say we need to extend NATO even further, but that only, I would say, exacerbates the problem that it becomes more necessary to engage in crisis management in which the alliance cannot engage. Which then brings you back to my bigger question that what is required is an understanding of conflict in quite different terms to what we are used to, and in an understanding of conflict that has to be structured, institutionalized, if you like, in quite different ways from the structures we are used to, which we have at the moment. Now, that is going to be hard. That is going to be hard. And maybe I'll stop here, but we can talk a bit about that during the question and answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will definitely come back to these topics in the Q&A. And I'm now curious to hear. We will soon turn closer to Russia. And of course, it's a military power seminar. We didn't have a single PowerPoint yet. Incredible, huh? So now the two next speakers will have PowerPoint, so you'll be happy. I'm curious now. Next speaker will tell us if Russia has managed to get themselves out of this civil-military tradition and managed to use force as a bargaining tool. The next speaker, find the CV here, Fredrik Westlund from FOI, the Swedish equivalent to FFE, excellent community of experts on military affairs in Russia. You're a deputy research director there, and you have worked a lot on Russian military capability, defense industry, and other things. And you're also working on a PhD on the Russian military. Poor you! I mean, the moving target, right? So I hope you have a distinct time period. You're not looking at the current situation. But anyway, that's a different story. Good luck, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, my PhD has been suffering badly from the Ukrainian crisis. But I nevertheless want to thank you very much for inviting me to stand here and talk instead of sitting in my room and writing. I'm very pleased and honored to be part of this year's military power seminar. I am one of 10 researchers, some 10 researchers, within the Russia research program at the Swedish Defense Agency. Our research group has studied Russia in the current form since 1998, delivering annual or biannual or triannual reports on Russian military capability in a 10-year perspective. We've looked at military capability in a wider perspective, taking in foreign policy, economy, defense industry, but also domestic politics and other issues touching upon security policy. I should also say that we do work with open sources, mainly, and almost all of our writings are published openly and are available. I will be focusing today on the Russian use of armed force towards Ukraine, and I'll try to conclude on some strengths and weaknesses in the hope to feed the discussion. Since February, we've seen how the Russian political and military leadership, here represented by the Security Council on the picture, how they've tried to tailor the use of armed force. And I deliberately say armed force, not military force, because military force has been only one part in the mix. And this is directly going in the vein of Jan Willelm. And I also want to emphasize that the application of armed force is in itself just one part of the overall Russian effort. It's been supplementary to diplomacy, economic means, and not least, informational instruments, such as propaganda and disinformation. I will focus on the use of armed force in my presentation, but be aware that I'm talking about a very small portion of an overall effort directed towards Ukraine and the West. We have witnessed a use of different armed forces. Mikkel talked about the use of means and the use of ends, or rather different ends. There's been different means, such as military and paramilitary governmental forces. But most importantly, the governmental forces have been complemented by non-government forces. We've seen conventional forces and nuclear forces. And these forces have been combined in different ways, looking at different objectives. We've seen an effort to seize territory, classical military mission in Crimea, to denying the sovereignty of a state, as we see in the eastern Ukraine, and deterring outside interference. And this all connects to the overall banner of our seminar today. This has very much to do with geography, even though territory is but one part of it. And I would also like to remind you that, as James Sherr wisely pointed out, this is not a new thing. This is going back to Soviet and Tsarist ways of looking at armed conflict and fighting war. It did surprise us, but it's not new, only because it's something we hadn't thought of them doing right now. So let's look closer at the use of armed force in Crimea, then the use of force in the Donbass region, and finally the strategic deterrence. As I said, the operation in Crimea was about territory, first and foremost. The goal was to make possible an illegal annexation, but with the semblance of legitimacy and legality. And this clearly influenced the use of force. Russia mainly relied on government forces. Because government forces with better skills can more easily achieve the overall goal of grabbing territory. You need military expertise to do this. But these forces acted covertly and made efforts not to be identifiable, at least temporarily, in order to maintain a narrative of a struggle for local self-determination and Russian non-interference. Only government troops with high levels of discipline and morale can pull this off, or you can count on them pulling it off. And that's why we saw special forces and elite troops being deployed in late February on Crimea. The special forces were used to seize key facilities, the parliament building, local administration buildings, and military headquarters. The elite troops were used to stop the Ukrainian forces, military forces, from interfering by blocking them in their bases and by cutting off the landline connections, blocking the roads and railroads from mainland Ukraine to Crimea, and by taking over and blocking the Simferopol airport. However, there was also a significant number of other people involved in this with arms. Local and Russian militias, Russian Cossack militias turned up very early. And they provided the necessary cover. They controlled crowds, kept the population away from the Russian government forces, and they also made it easy for the government forces to blend in and look like something you really readily couldn't say was a Russian soldier. But their main job was to provide this cover. The special forces and the elite troops were rather few, not that many. And Crimea, even though it isn't extremely large, is quite a territory to handle. So they needed support. Initially, they had support by the regular forces with transportation through the air and over the sea. But they soon also got the support in reinforcements. Russian regular forces being transported to the Crimea in order to secure the positions taken by the special forces and elite troops. And also the Ukrainian regular forces, the Russian regular forces filled another important function in the early stages. They threatened Ukraine with a invasion by deploying close to the Russo-Ukrainian border in rather large numbers. And this made it very hard for Kyiv to focus on the events on Crimea. So it was an effective diversion. What about the Donbass then? Well, in eastern Ukraine, it has not mainly been about territory, or not so far. The target has been the government in Kyiv and Ukraine's sovereignty as a state. Russia's aim seems to be to recreate Ukraine as a neutral buffer, a buffer zone towards the west, and to make sure that NATO and EU membership is permanently off the table. And this is incidentally also a message to other Soviet successor states. Any talk of protecting the interests and lives of Russian compatriots in eastern or southern Ukraine is just that, talk. It is not primarily about territory, but it is still about geography and geopolitics. Now, the need to cast this part of the operation as an Ukrainian civil war and a purely internal struggle of course affected the mix of forces used. Government forces were not used to a very large extent, not inside Ukraine. The special forces were there. They still did the unlocking of some of the military and political key facilities, but the lead role was entrusted to the local pro-Russian militias and arriving Russian militias, such as the Don Cossacks. The local militias took over most of the administration, but Russian militias also took over some areas where they assumed the power. And what's the thing with local militias? Well, they have at least some kind of legitimacy. That's their function. They can claim to be parts of the conflict and legitimate parts of it. And the local militias can transfer some of this to Russian militias, arriving and saying, well, we're going to support you, we're going to help you. As long as there's some kind of connection, ethnically, politically, or otherwise, it is possible to transfer some of the legitimacy. And this also works to the overall aim of keeping up the narrative of Russian non-interference and a purely internal problem in Ukraine. However, the Ukrainian government forces managed to put up resistance and actually turn the tide. And this made it troublesome for the separatist forces. The flow of volunteers and increasingly advanced military material from Russia into eastern Ukraine didn't stop this. It did not stop the Kiev forces from advancing. And here the regular troops started to give fire support from the Russian side of the border, not entering Ukraine in any large numbers, but using artillery to give fire support and stop the Ukrainian forces from cutting the border off, cutting the links over the border. This, however, didn't work either. In July, late July, early August, the Russian forces could only watch as Ukrainian government forces more or less cut both Luhansk and Donetsk cities off. And they were threatened not only by surrounding the cities, but actually quelling the entire uprising. And this forced Russian regular troops and elite troops to enter into Ukrainian territory and take part in the combat. They withdrew as soon as possible, but they kept up, as far as we can concern, they kept up a presence inside Ukraine ever since. They've moved on to providing training again. They did so in the beginning. They're back to training the volunteers arriving. But they are still there, making it very hard for the Ukrainian forces to act, because there will be a Russian response. Russia has consistently denied any military involvement, apart from acknowledging that some volunteers have arrived. And this is in order to maintain the plausible deniability or a modicum of that. And the Russian forces have accordingly tried to conceal their presence. For instance, they have been fighting almost completely without air support. And Russian forces fighting without combat air support is not the optimal way to do it, but it's the way you do if you have to. further on, Russia has not only been using force towards Ukraine. The snap drill that was initiated in February, on February 26th, did not only serve as a threat and a diversion for Ukraine, it was also a signal to the West to stay out of the conflict. This and later snap drill exercises were meant to underline that Russia has a significant military capability with its conventional forces. However, as Russia perceives its conventional military capability to be inferior to that of NATO, nuclear weapons also soon entered into the signaling. Already in March, hints were made at using substrategic nuclear weapons towards the Turks if the Turkish armed forces were to get involved. And Turkey is the only NATO country with substantial forces in the region that would have been able to threaten Russia's annexation of Crimea. After the illegal annexation, Russia quite soon began preparations for deploying several substrategic nuclear-capable weapon systems onto Crimea. Russia has also used nuclear-capable strategic bomber aircraft on several occasions. This can be seen as a way to underline that Russia is a nuclear superpower. Russian bombers have approached Japan, Canada, and US in the Pacific. As the defense minister told us, they've been running down Norwegian coast, passing Great Britain, Netherlands, Belgium, all the way down to Portugal a couple of weeks ago. Furthermore, the assertive and at times aggressive Russian behavior with tactical aircraft and naval vessels, not least in the Baltic Sea region, may also be part of a deterrence from involvement. So what does this say about Russian use of force? Well, first, you have to acknowledge that the operation to seize Crimea was undoubtedly a success. However, Russia was favored by luck and by a set of unique circumstances. Crimea was geographically and administratively clearly defined, an entity even before Russia entered. And it was small enough for the available Russian armed forces to do their work. Russia also had the advantage of a military base on Crimea, a large one, and the peninsula was also close to Russian territory. There's also a cultural and lingual proximity which favored Russia, facilitated for Russian soldiers to act covertly and blend in, and of course there was a popular support. However, the arguably two most important factors were indigenous to Ukraine. First, the political and military leadership in Kiev was weak and divided. And secondly, the Ukrainians could not imagine that their Russian brothers would stab them in the back, which made it possible to surprise and keep the initiative. It should also be noted here that the Russian forces were initially not that strong, and just one Ukrainian unit taking up the fight, making resistance, could have turned the entire operation into a much bloodier event than it was. Russia was here prepared to take a significant risk. Secondly, we can conclude that Russia has showed that it can quite skillfully combine different armed forces, government and non-government forces, conventional and nuclear, in order to achieve its targets. However, we can also see that there are clear limits to what a non-acknowledged war can do. If the victim is unprepared and the conditions are favorable, you may take over a smaller territory. But once the moment of surprise is lost, it is much harder to achieve your goals through covert means. Kiev has forced Russia to step up its military involvement to a point where it is increasingly difficult to plausibly deny for Moscow that it is fighting a war in Ukraine. The Donbass operation also included a significant risk-taking, starting and nurturing a war of independence, an armed conflict that might escalate, turn into a much larger war than you had thought, and secondly, might spread to the volatile North Caucasus, is rather a risky business. Thirdly, we can conclude that Russia has exhibited a strong political will to use armed force, despite the inherent risks and without acknowledging its use of armed force. This is a gambling, and as James Sherr was pointing to, this goes down to a belief in Russia about an ability to take pain, and willingness to take risks that is larger than ours. We can take less pain and are less prone to take risks. And this is part of a Russian strategy towards us. We can also note that little has been revealed about Russia's military capability in a state-to-state war. We know not anything more than we did before February this year, because this is another kind of warfare. But still, it is a war. Defining this as something else than a war is not very helpful. And I would like to end by saying that Russia's will to use force for geopolitical reasons, without acknowledging it, this has more serious implications for European security than how it actually uses armed force. The how is a second-order question. That's where I'd like to end. Thank you.
Thank you, Fredrik. There, Paul has arrived. Paul is in the building. Yes. Welcome. I guess many of you know Paul. He is probably now you are associate professor at the Center for Norwegian and European Security at Norwegian Institute for Defense Studies. You specialize on NATO. We were together in NATO not so long ago, a month ago. And I guess you were there quite frequently, follow NATO. But your speech today will be on NATO exercises, visible assurance back to the future for NATO exercises. And you will also have a PowerPoint, so I promised you all that. So.
I work at the military institution, so I need a PowerPoint. I see the Admiral has gone, so I could have skipped it, I guess, but she'll be back, so it's good I have it, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and I apologize to the organizers for not being able to be here this morning and for causing them some consternation about the fact that I would arrive in time, and it was a bit stressful, but I got here. I'm going to talk about a very specific topic, and one I find really interesting, and that I guess just goes to show how much of a nerd I am, but I'm going to actually tag on to what Jan Willem Honig was saying earlier on in this session, in the sense that I'm going to talk about a particular political utility of not as much armed force as is armed forces, and where I will argue that armed forces in the form of exercises are being used very deliberately to cause a political effect. And we can discuss that sort of in the question and answer period. And I see we're running slightly over time, so to get time for your very interesting questions, I'll try and keep this very brief. But anyone who has followed NATO in the last few years may have, or perhaps even should have, noticed that exercises have sort of regained significance in NATO term, as in NATO. During the Cold War, 1983 here, the picture. Exercises were very much sort of the core business of NATO. Exercises what NATO did, as in they had some running operations, you could call it that, in terms of air policing and the standing naval forces that sort of did things like NATO forces have been doing for the last, as in the post-war Cold War period. But exercises was basically the main expression of what NATO was for and in peacetime. With the increasing engagement of NATO in operations from the early 1990s, however, the significance and size of exercises and NATO-led exercises has decreased. And after the Steadfast Jaguar exercise, as in the NRF certification exercise in 2006, where some of you might have been, because there was a Norwegian contingent there, that was the last major exercise with a NATO flag before the picture here, as in Steadfast Jazz exercise last year. What I'll do in my hopefully less than 20 minutes is just talk a bit about the significance of NATO exercises and why they are significant. And I see two reasons, both for their significance and also because for being more so now than they were just a few years back. One is the military side, the military aims of NATO exercises. And here I'll talk about what you might know of as in the Connected Forces Initiative. But then, more importantly, I'll talk about the political aims of NATO exercises. And here there are other terms that some of you might know, and the last one in particular perhaps is known, the Readiness Action Plan. But there is also something that came before that, and that's the sort of the title of my presentation as well, which is visible assurance. And I'll talk more about that later. And then I'll conclude by talking a bit about what exercises NATO is planning in the future and what their political significance is likely to be. So, steaming on. If you go to the NATO website and you look at the page for NATO exercises, you'll find these stated aims. And they're classical in many senses, as in the first aim is to train troops and increase their experience, as in get better military through exercises. You test and validate structures, and you could add here, it's not on the website, but you could add plans. This sort of increased relevance these days. There is a stated aim of increasing interoperability within NATO. This has always been an aim for NATO, as in to get NATO forces to be able to work together. And finally, there is the aim of enhancing or promoting defense reform through exercises. And this is something that is valid both within NATO, but perhaps particularly with partners, where exercises will be conducted in order to sort of customize these partners to NATO procedures and sort of doctrines, etc. And with the end of ISAF, as in the approaching end of ISAF, and with sort of this perception that sort of Willelm Honig talked about as well, about this is the end of big operations, at least for the foreseeable future, it was particularly point 1 and 3 that came into became emphasized by NATO. And in February 2012, the NATO Secretary General, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, used the Munich Security Conference to launch the Connected Forces Initiative. That was later adopted by the Chicago Summit in May of the same year. And the aim of CFI, or the Connected Forces Initiative, is in particular this interoperability thing. Because one of the sort of lessons, or one of the sort of conclusions that NATO drew from the ISAF experience was that this operation created an unprecedented level of interoperability within the alliance. Here were the troops out there, and they had to fight, didn't call it war and all that and the other, but they were on the ground together in often very small units, and they had to work and function together. The radios had to communicate, there had to be some kind of classified system for exchanging information, etc., etc. And this sort of, in many senses, learning by necessity created interoperability in NATO. And this sort of NATO heads of government in May in Chicago decided we need to keep this. We have to maintain this, both with allied partners, which was the sort of the initial aim of CFI, but also within the alliance itself, as in among the allies. And one can point here to sort of the United States and the interest of the United States, which is often very important in NATO, in keeping an interoperable NATO both as a hub in the terms of sort of reaching out and having a lot of partners around the globe that are military interoperable, but also NATO as a toolbox. As in, if there was a need to get allies and to sort of do something militarily, then the United States could come to NATO and know that it would find allies there that would be military interoperable with its forces, or at least better so than with just other allies. And finally, and somewhat in this context, less important point is the need seen by NATO to help retool and reskill NATO forces. After 10 years or sort of plus minus of doing COIN stability operations in Afghanistan, for some NATO countries also in Iraq and other places, there was a need to go back to what was perceived as a new area of symmetrical threats, as in of going back to the good old business of proper warfare. And you could sort of point to the, again, US interest in the sort of the pivot to the Asia Pacific and the renewed emphasis on symmetrical partners, or sort of opponents. However, there is a second, more subtle point that I think is very visible, but it's not as sort of explicit in NATO in terms, as in when NATO talks about it, and that's the political side. And this visible assurance drive, that is sort of the name of it, can be traced back to the August 2008 crisis. This was in many ways a wake-up call for NATO, and there was a pretty intense pressure from the Baltic states and Poland in particular, but also some other allies, for an increased visibility of NATO, that NATO would have to be on the ground to show that it was relevant, given the sort of threats that the population of these countries saw against their territory or their sort of country. And NATO's response to that was this thing called visible assurance, which in many ways was just, bureaucratically, it was counting the number of times NATO generals and NATO, sort of how many NATO exercises, etc., took place in the Baltics and in Poland. So basically emphasizing that NATO is present and NATO is there. And it had to be visible. So there was a whole sort of strategic communication strategy, or at least attempted one, behind this. NATO did other things as well. They retasked the NATO response force to emphasize its role in Article 5 situations. And they introduced Article 5 exercise scenario. That is for instance, used by staff colleges around in NATO. They can get this prepared package from Allied Command Transformation that includes sort of everything you need to run an exercise. And that's now Article 5 after a very long period. It was just crisis response operations. And the apex of this effort before the Ukraine crisis was Steadfast Jazz 2013. In terms of numbers, it was a pretty small exercise, 6,000 troops. But the point is clearly not the military. As in the political significance of this exercise vastly sort of outweighed the military significance of it. And I'll come back to sort of this type of exercises that today are called high visibility exercises. What the Ukraine crisis did was just to magnify this side, as in to increase the pressure, but also to increase the willingness of NATO allies to do things like this. And one of the main responses of NATO to the perceived threat, or at least military pressure from Russia, is a rotational exercise and training presence in the Baltic states. And here's just a picture of the Telemark battalion from the Norwegian army. which is was there in spring and might be some there still. I'm actually unsure. But anyway, the point is that they were not there because it was militarily important to go to the Baltic states and exercise. There was sort of some extra sort of training or exercise sort of output you can get or experience you can get from that. No, it's political. They were sent there because there was a need to show solidarity with the Baltic states. And here, and again, this term as in high visibility exercise, you make a point, you make a political point of having these exercises. And what is the point? Again, here is just to sort of to illustrate from good old days. I'm sorry for English speakers here. There's sort of for the local indigenous population. 1983, Avalanche Express, one of the big exercises in the 1980s here in Norway. And now Noble Ledger, which was a NATO response exercise here in just, well, north of Oslo in September this year. The article is from April, but the exercise itself was in September. And while Norway has not been in the forefront of this effort of increasing exercises in NATO, it has supported it. And I think just sort of this exemplifies in a good way this political significance of exercises also for Norway. And the aim is, on the one hand, as the name suggests, to assure or reassure the allies that NATO is relevant for you, we are here for you, we are showing the flag, but through that, what you're doing is deterring. And that's, in many ways, the ultimate aim of deterring any kind of opponent, saying, don't even think about it. We will be here. We will protect. We will make this world war, as Jan Honig was talking about as well. So, the future, concluding. Exercises are back as the core business of NATO. And I think, again, as in time will show, things can happen. NATO can go back to big operations. We don't know. It's hard to tell the future. But as things look today, for military, political, and economic reasons, exercises are likely to be at the core of NATO business for many years. And I think, again, I'll come back to this term, which is being used frequently in NATO now, this term high visibility exercise. And I think it really shows the political significance of exercises and using military forces in a political sense. NATO now has an ambition of having a high visibility exercise with capital letters every third year. And the first one will be exercise Trident Juncture, which will be held, next year in the autumn. It'll be a big exercise, 25,000 troops as of today signed up, as far as I understand. The host nations will be Italy, Spain, and Portugal. I understand that as of the plans are now, it'll be a crisis response exercise. So that just goes to show is that NATO is not just doing Article 5, but is also doing sort of the preparing itself for all kinds of contingencies. But for the next exercise in 2018, Norway has offered to be the host nation. And as far as I understand, again, there are no other sort of serious competitors. So it is likely, or at least very possible, that we will have a big NATO exercise in Norway in 2018. And I'd imagine that the Norwegian government, whichever that sort of end up looking at that time, will make a big political point out of this. And again, what's the aim? Well, showing the world that NATO is here and NATO is protecting us. So the two sort of next slides I'll go a bit quicker through because of time, but it's a bit nerdy as well. But this is sort of the generic training here for NATO. And never mind the red one, but notice the blue circle here. The main vehicle for, which was on the first sort of previous slide, the main vehicle for NATO exercises in the future is likely to be the NATO Response Force and this VJTF, as in the Very High Joint Task Force, or Very High Super Duper, as some they say, written aside. Yeah. It's still unclear what that's going to be. It's sort of up for discussion. It might become a part of the NRF, but I don't think anyone really knows what it will be. But the point is that the certification exercises for this will probably be a key vehicle in this sort of exercise regime. Steadfast Jazz was it last year. Trident Juncture next year is this exercise here. And you can see that on the next slide. Here is Trident Juncture next year. Here, Noble Ledger is down there, and this is the high visibility exercise in 2015. And just to end on a sort of funny note, this is sort of the wet dream of Norwegian defense officials, to put it like that. If we can get a carrier back to Lofoten, this is the USS Nimitz in let's see what it was, the exercise, Northern Wedding in 1986. But if the US can send a carrier, then the Norwegian defense establishment would cry. This again, why? Because it's the ultimate, it's the ultimate expression of deterrence. It really shows that Uncle Sam is here and we're going to protect you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. I'm sorry you were under the impression that you were short of time. Actually, we're way ahead of schedule. So if you have another slide, you're welcome to share it with us. But nonetheless, we will soon regain here with the panel debate with the last speakers, plus one surprise. But we'll take 15 minutes break first, and then we'll be back. Det var et argument for ikke å bruke Evernote.
Fordi alt gikk til helvete?
Jeg mistet alt. Jeg skriver på Evernote, og så mistet jeg den, så halvveis på gulvet, og plutselig hadde jeg deletet alt jeg skrev på den. Så det var fordelen med å være elektronisk. Ja. Hei.
Ingrid Gjerde heter jeg.
Hun skal være på panelet vårt.
Sjef for krigsskolen, og skal være med i paneldebatten.
Ja.
Så bra, det var interessant å høre det du sier, og litt av det også. Nå vet jeg hva jeg skal si.
Jeg får høre.
Nei, nå ser jeg at jeg tar en vinkling med hovedfokus på det der med å være forberedt på det vi ikke kan være forberedt til.
The non-unknowns?
Ja. Altså, hvordan må vi forberede militære styrker på det bildet som speiler det hvor vi var gått. Og så hva som blir det mest vesentlige å fokusere på fra forståelse av konflikten til mer militære øvelser.
Ja, for da har du hele spektret fra det mest filosofiske fra Honig til Pauls konkrete NATO-øvelser. Da får du sånn,
ikke sant?
Går du via det.
Så det blir egentlig litt sånn overordnet til noen konkrete punkter om akkurat hva er det man fokuserer på.
Nettopp, ja. Flott, ja, men da sier jeg 2 ord om det også. Okay. Det er ikke sånn at man leser kommentarer.
Okay.
Not that fast. No, of course, it's an issue with the Russians.
You don't think it's a threat?
I would rather sort of ask if there's something that might happen and something that is not aware of, but we don't see any signs of the Russians advancing.
But I have a question because you remember that there was in this year was an international scandal with an airplane that, from Sweden, a Russian airplane that put in difficulty passenger airplane from Copenhagen. You remember? I'm not really exact, so this is why I ask it. Do you think if something happened, not this, but if something happened with that plane, can Denmark invoke the fifth article? No.
It would have to be an attack. If that plane had been a Danish military plane, then I'd say my that would have meant that everything was some kind of
No, not the
very more, but that's what Article 5.
Yes, of course. But as a concept, this is why I ask you, because if it happened on Denmark soil, Denmark international space, if something will happen, it cannot be invoked Article 5 because of the consequence that they deployed military aircraft there.
Article 5 says that terrorist organization
territory, air territory. That's debatable,
but not in that sense. I don't think anything like that would be allowed. Unless there was other stuff happening as well. But that doesn't mean that.
Of course, diplomatic. What's your opinion on what happened in Sweden a month ago? Something 2 weeks ago? What's your opinion? It's something. It was a provocation. Nobody knew, of course, but Sweden is unique. You are neighbors to Sweden.
And I mean, we are, of course, that kind of stuff. But I mean, yes, I think it's not to
Do you think that they would attack Sweden if on provocation or something? What will happen if, for example, Sweden would be hit? Because they are neutral. The minister, Norwegian minister said it's not a fight.
The Swedish problem is that they don't have something.
They discussed that they would like when the conflict started in Crimea. They discussed there was a person said that they should join.
Yeah,
that would really have them, of course, because they would cover.
It would be nice for us, but on the other hand, we have close cooperation with France. I think yes, it would make a difference for us for Swedes, but on the other hand, they are trying.
Å nei, du var jeg oppriktig skuffet. Dette her går jo glimrende.
Ja, det er min hjelp.
I'm sorry, because I have a lot of
Jeg var jo uærlig, og så viser det at dette her flyr jo bedre enn noensinne uten meg.
This is why I ask you. For example, EU
Trådrygg og i fjor med grunn av
because they still remain a NATO member.
Arbeidslaget trekker ikke til.
Nei.
år, men jeg har ikke akkurat en ordentlig jobb. Jeg må si det. Dette her fra de man gjorde efter sommeren. Her var det kåret inn på beste land. Krigsårsær i året, som jeg tror Japan var at han antageligvis hadde noe FN-tjeneste fra Midtøsten. Det sa i Midtøsten, Nord-Afrika, som var hovedansvarsmål. De områdene har jeg kun min akademiske løsning. Så han ba over litt operativ erfaring fra samme teigen.
Ja, det er jo der det er.
Jeg har bare erfaring fra det. Jeg ville jo hatt noe erfaring fra Napoli og Libya hvis ting hadde vært som det var i fødselen til min fremtid. Ellers så har jeg følt det main. Det er Natos operasjoner. Ting går vanlig linje. Så får vi se om det dukker opp noe annet. Det dukker helt sikkert opp noe ting utover vår nå. Hvilket er et aspekt for øvrig her som ikke er touchet inn på. Utfordringen med utover kanalen i potensiell konflikt som i Ukraina. Man har jo skygget helt unna Vestens politikk i Nato, EU-teigen, Baltikum. Der har lov til å dele inn i første- og andreklasses borgere, eller unnskyld, noen er borgere. 30-40% av befolkningen er det ikke. Det krasjer i hvert fall med det verdigrunnlaget jeg vokste opp på, og det som står i FN-charteret, hvor det er all people are equal. Den overholdes ikke. Men dette støtter vi opp fullt om politisk, og vi er villige til å bruke militærmakt for å holde det i hevd. Og da faller mitt ledelsesprinsipp, som er at when in doubt, stick to the moral high ground. Fordi det de krever er at du skal holde deg til den politiske høyden. Men den høres jo kjent ut med det vi opplevde for en 60-70 år siden. Hvorfor tar de ikke opp her? Det skjønner jo hvorfor ikke noen tar det for seg hva de kommer inn på panelet. Jeg tror ikke det er riktig.
I think they will be playing with
Call it the steering of the audience. Jeg synes de virker unnvikende. Det som er virkelig problemet her. Alle skylder på russisk propaganda, ikke egeninnfallenhet. Russerne snakker om naziene, ja, så setter de på det historiske ekko vi egentlig opplever i dag. Så det er kanskje det man britiske propaganda sammen. Man bør jo være bevisst på hvordan man driver politikk og man støtter opp. NATO må være baltiske stater. Da har vi det er klart at hvis Russland i større grad driver subversjon og støtter opp under russiske minoriteter i disse landene, så trenger ikke de noe militært for å destabilisere. Og antageligvis oppnå politiske mål. Det holder det å være litt stor på grensen, stor styr på grensen, og litt noe sånn her undergravende virksomhet og spesielt sånn kanskje, ja. Det blir ikke noe artikkel 5 av det.
Nei, og det er det store problemet. Man holder bare på med å ha
I forhold til Norge så er det en bekymringspost. I forhold til dette her, til tross for at vi har en åpning russiske navn på gatene, eller russiske bokstaver brukt for å beskrive stednavnet, så er det helt bekymringsløst. Det er ikke noen russisk befolkning i Norge man kan spille på. Men der er minoriteter Ut av Vilnius, og så østover mot Øresområdet, så plutselig så bare hva skjedde med bebyggelsen her da? Nei, dette er det den russiske at ikke man kjører handelsåren med å stille krav her til EU I forhold til men da har de jo spilt seg selv på skrivet. Så måten man håndterer det
that is not. Great song. Thank you. Have to.
Skal vi bare sette deg ved til panelet etterpå, eller? En gang?
Ja, så jeg tror... Hvor lenge skal jeg I det? Ikke mer enn 5 minutter. 4 minutter. Det nesten å sette seg med. Ja,
på det. Ja.
Det style å leve. Geopolitics.
Jeg tror du bare kan sette deg på.
Har du åpnet det?
Vi setter dere an. Ja. Alle notatene mine. Hadde jo så elektronisk, men så bare kommer jeg til å slette. Så får jeg ikke backup. Take it on the kick. Ja, jeg skal vi se. Ble det Ingrid? Der er du. Dette du også.
Ja, det klart. Nå jeg kalt frem. Jeg vant til aldri dårlig for det.
Nei, det fint. Okay, are we back, everybody? I'm glad to see that so many are still here. Sometimes these conferences people tend to dribble away during the day, but now starts a real good session. The best session, I think. You see we have a number of panelists are sitting on the stadium, but we have also a surprise. We have an expanded panel, if you like. By having an extra face, which you haven't heard from today yet. And that's Colonel Ingrid Gjerde, who is head of the War College, and also a familiar face, many of you, I'm sure. You have many deployments internationally, including in Afghanistan. Since you haven't had the chance to speak before, we will open the panel with you giving you about 5 minutes to give your views on how shall I summarize our discussion? You listen to the other speakers, and you would like to bring it down to what it means for military operational challenges from your point of view. Would that be a way of summarizing it? Excellent. Perfect. So we start off with that, 5 minutes, and then I will also allow the panel, if they wish, to comment on each other before I open up for Q&A. But if there are no immediate crying demands from the panel to rise to speaking, we'll open up the floor right away. But first, please, Colonel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and I appreciate listening to you. You took all my points, so now I'll try to sum up. But this is the perspective from an officer. And I grew up in the Cold War, and as I was a cadet at the military academy in the late 80s, all our operational focus was on defending Norway against a Russian or a Soviet Union aggressor, which means we studied Soviet Union tactics, Soviet Union doctrine, their materials, and so on. After I left the academy, I have been deployed to Lebanon twice, to the Balkans, and to Afghanistan. And my classmates and from the other services have been deployed to Iraq, Libya, several places in Africa. All operations very different from what we were trained and prepared for. We've been peacekeeping, all kinds of operations other than war. And you see what we're seeing these days. We see the IS terrible actions in Iraq and Syria. We see what we've talked a lot about today, the situation in Ukraine, where we're dealing with crisis management and reassurance with Telemark Battalion these days. So, what's the conclusion? Yes, every conflict is unique. Every operation is unique. And the only thing we know for sure is that we do not know for sure what's gonna come in the future. When we're gonna build and develop and train our armed forces, we have to be ready for a broad spectrum of operations. And I do think we will also for the future. Everything from high intensity to all kinds of operations other than war. Which means we still have to focus on basic skills. We still have to deal with or be efficient at procedures for operational planning for all kinds of operations. And I think in particular, we have to be good at analyzing the situation and the different conflicts and operations we're dealing with. I also think political understanding is even more vital than it has been before for the officers, and also to understand the role of media in conflict at a quite low level. And I also think for officers it's important to understand more of the other tools of national power, like mentioned here, diplomacy, information, economy, and so on. It is demanding, both mentally and when it comes to building the right structures when we see what we're seeing today and what we can expect for the future. And I'll sum up with what I think in particular we should focus on. First of all, understanding modern conflicts. Military must be well informed about the political intentions and objectives the use of force is based on. Close cooperation between civilian and military authorities, both internationally and national, is vital for a comprehensive approach. And I think comprehensive approach will be vital in every kind of operations we will see in the future. Close cooperation between allies is also vital. We have to cooperate in smart defense and building capabilities. And we also heard from the last speaker here the importance of exercises. I think that's more important today than it's ever been. And each nation is also too small to keep all the capabilities due to funding, which means this is an absolutely, we just have to do it. High readiness and mobility for the forces, still vital. And I could mention a few more. All forces, or the forces have to be ready to meet both conventional enemies and also irregular warfare. Strong intelligence service, vital to see the development in conflicts. So the more specific details, I think it's important that when we decide what kind of forces to use, we have to make sure we very much use the same forces as we train at home abroad, to limit the pre-operational training and to make sure they are functional and effective as we're operating. I think that's the most important. We can go into more detail as we're debating. So I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. As I said, if there anyone in the panel would like to respond to this right away or anything else burning, if not, we will open for questions.
If I may, I would like to follow on your fine point on the importance of intelligence, because I think, as you rightly mentioned, if we assume that the security environment is going to be ever changing, or at least will offer many different types of operations, and when we also have to deal with the fact that because of the dynamic nature of that security environment, we will also have to deal with issues with very little warning. Then the best thing we can do is to invest in getting as much warning as possible, and in getting as much understanding of the things we will then stumble into by necessity. I mean, imagine if NATO forces have had 20 years of preparing for entering Afghanistan. And a deep study of what Afghanistan was all about and what the forces were all about in the way you studied the Soviet during the Cold War. My guess would be something would have been done differently. And if that is simply not possible anymore, then that kind of information will have to be contributed on the fly in mission. And that means a way of thinking about using intelligence which is much more focused and much more directed to connecting strategic knowledge with operational realities. And I think that's a huge challenge for any intelligence establishment and military force, no matter where you look in the alliance, but clearly very important.
Yeah, I could comment on that, because I think what we see here is also that intelligence is not a national asset. We have to be much better at cooperating among allies when it comes to intelligence sharing as well to meet the global threats.
Fortunately, military intelligence is no longer a contradiction in terms, as they used to say. You worked there myself, so I can prove it's not the case anymore. But if I may exploit my place as a chair, there's a few hands already, but nonetheless, I want to follow up one point you mentioned that also goes to Jan Wilhelm's point on political understanding of the context. You said that the civil-military division that comes back from a Clausewitzian view of the separation of powers, whereas modern or current warfare or regular warfare, what you like, is more about bargaining and the military, political being part of it. Now, Russian armed forces come from the same kind of military tradition, don't they? How they manage to come across this, the way they operate in Ukraine, is that the way of doing bargaining? Because I think that's what you're alluding to. So how could they come out of this tradition that quickly as they seem to have done? And of course, anyone can answer that if they feel obliged to, but I'll pass it to you first, Amelia.
I'd make two remarks. The first one is that indeed it may at the surface, at first look, appear very different. But I think that the fundamental difference is that even though the Russian armed forces come from the same kind of tradition, the political tradition is a different one. That the idea of armed forces and, let's call it, subversion is a much closer one than it is for the armed forces of the, let's call them, the capitalist countries, where the military are an instrument of the state and they're supposed to be counter-subversive rather than subversive themselves. So I think that even though the political systems are very similar, the traditions grew up, are really in competition with one another, there is this one sort of fundamental difference. I would add to that, though, that you could probably make an argument that the way the Russians operated veered maybe too much in the end towards doing conventional military operations, that there has been a tendency to conventionalize it increasingly and not really keep up the subversion. At the same time, I do think that the conflict is an example of one in which the objectives are not, are quite open-ended and therefore subject to bargaining. Where it stops is not with the overthrow of the capitalist system. It stops somewhere in Ukraine, and it may stop somewhere with a sort of, which may be a very difficult kind of constitutional compromise, but it may very well end up with some kind of constitutional compromise within Ukraine. So that makes it very different. Tradition and current political context, we're not used to seeing war, used to the military in that kind of context.
So Fredrik, would you agree to that? Your reading of...
Yeah, I would agree to a large extent. The Russian military, I believe, wouldn't have wanted to fight the way it was fought in Ukraine. The way of fighting testifies more to political control than to military planning. And as Jan Willem pointed out, the political tradition in Russia is different. That is why we see a different expression of the use of armed force. They have a different view of power, what's it for, and how it's to be used. And that is what has been expressed. But still, you have to make strike a balance between military efficiency, expediency in warfighting, and political deniability. So when military expediency have been more in use, we've seen, and as Jan Willem noted, a reversion to more traditional military warfighting. But as soon as the objectives, the short-term objectives have been met, we revert back to a way of fighting that is not the traditional established military way of fighting, but rather the traditional way of fighting of war from before Clausewitz and Huntington, when you fight the war with all the means you have at your disposal with as little effort as possible. But I'd say this is more a reflection of the political leadership's view of the world than the military leadership's view of the world in Russia.
Thank you. Okay, good. Now we will open. I have 3, 4, 5 hands. So we'll take 3 questions and then we'll reply and then we continue. We have the first lady here, in the 3rd row. That one.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'm the only one from the peace movement here today, and I'm very grateful to be here because I'm here to listen to you, to listen to the discussion, how you are thinking, and well, it's been a great pleasure for me to be here. I'm one of many million women that don't look upon armed forces or the military way of thinking as the way to solve conflicts. And that may be because we see the consequences. We really feel on the body the consequences, we see the consequences, and they are many. And there are many that can never be forced by the military. For instance, health problems that occur, and the babies, deformed babies that are born after very dangerous weapons that we use today, chemical and all kind of weapons that really devastate society and the way of how we can live. And the huge environmental problems that wars and military causes that can never be defeated by military. We have the refugee problem increasing that can never be defeated by military. So I've been very happy to hear Nina Græger and also you, Ingrid, and especially Jan Honig, that have a broader perspective for how we can look upon the future and what we have to look after. Because to solve conflicts today by military means seems, for me, to only do worse. And I admire men like Mikkel and de Klerk and Mandela, because they stood up and said, we have to change. This is too devastating, we have to change. And they did it, together with their enemies, actually. So maybe also that is something we should look at. To solve today's conflicts, not by military means, but by non-violence, negotiations, talking together, etc. Thank you very much.
Take that more as a comment than a question, but I will challenge any of the cadets back here to answer that question, that comment. Why didn't you roll in uniform? Think about that. Your commandant is here, so you should, it's a good opportunity for you to show your face. Tone Ran, you next back there.
Thank you for interesting and thought-provoking presentations. When looking at the title of the seminar, Back to NATO Back in Europe, it is in fact quite tempting also to get associations to the EU. And in fact, the relationship between NATO and the EU has been an issue of great interest for me for many years. Of course, the recent meeting between Mrs. Mogherini and Mr. Stoltenberg was a positive signal that there is a certain willingness to get a closer cooperation between the two organizations. And taking into account the rapidly changing security environment, I consider that it would be both interesting and important if this cooperation could be increased. I would like to address my question to the panelists as follows. Do you think it is realistic to foresee in a foreseeable future a closer, a constructive, and a result-oriented cooperation between the two? Thank you.
Thank you. And then, James, you had a question up front here. Just wait for a microphone, please. First row.
Thank you. If I may, a comment that follows from two presentations. If we are focusing on Russia and possible threats from Russia, then I would suggest that counterintelligence deserves at least as much emphasis as intelligence, because it is the Russians devote enormous attention to the study of an opponent's vulnerabilities and how they might be exploited. Before the Ukraine crisis even started, the Russians in the SBU, the security services, had destroyed all the records of that organization. For months, and it was only realized later, they were paying the salaries of law enforcement personnel in eastern Ukraine, something that is certainly noted in Riga at the present time. A lot of this has relevance well beyond Ukraine. So my question to you really is an obvious one. Do you think NATO today has a correct appreciation of how the Russians treat what we would regard as the pre-conflict period of hostility? Thanks.
Thank you. Now, so we return to the panel. I would like to invite, there's some open-ended questions, so I don't know, those who haven't spoken yet. Paul, we will invite you first. If you feel that you have anything to reply to these questions and comments.
Okay, I'm used to this, so it's okay. I'll pick up two of them. NATO EU. Yes, Stoltenberg and, what was his name again? The new former Italian foreign minister. They met, but as in Fogh Rasmussen met with his EU counterpart many times as well, and one should perhaps not read too much into that. As in, there is hope, though, given that there seems to be some progress on the issue of Cyprus and getting a political solution there, because that is really the core problem here. Because, as you probably all know, it's Turkey blocking on the NATO side, and Cyprus and Greece blocking on the EU side, preventing cooperation. And one way of doing that is to sort of prevent the security agreement between the two organizations, to prevent the exchange of classified information. But that said, as in a practical sense, there is a lot of cooperation, and there is a lot of cooperation between Allied Command Transformation and European Defence Agency on sort of low-level issues, as in practical defence, as in procurement and research and development. So the picture is not as bleak as one can sort of get the impression of if one just looks at the big political picture. But that big political picture is indeed very bleak. So, and then NATO and the appreciation of the pre-conflict period. First of all, I'll start by sort of actually talking about you, sir, in the sense that there is, in many European countries, the competence on, or the ability to understand Russia was not valued very much for 2 decades. And when I talk to Brits, they say, oh, we don't have anyone in the FCO or MOD really working on Russia. But there are some on the outside, like James Sherr and some others, who can sort of come in and contribute. So in many countries in Europe, and this I think is valid for the United States as well, there is a low sort of capacity or sort of low ability to understand what's going on in Russia in official circles. There are some exceptions, obviously, and the countries in the eastern part of Europe, as in the Baltic states, Poland, others, Romania, have obviously emphasized this, as you can imagine, and so has Norway. And for the Norwegian intelligence service, the resurgence coming back of Russia has been a gold mine in many ways, as in they've really found good customers for their work, which obviously has benefits in the international intelligence trade. But is NATO prepared for the Ukraine-style scenario? I will actually answer that by saying that I don't think NATO is the right instrument in the beginning. Because if you, as in, first of all, Little Green Man in Riga is difficult to imagine because the Latvians or whatever, if we talk about Tallinn, the Estonians would resist. Sorry? No, I think you could have sort of information operations. You could try and influence and sort of stage something. But again, if you're talking about non-military instruments, I think the EU is much more of the answer. And even if you go up to the level of local inhabitants taking up arms, I don't think the answer, even at that stage, is NATO. It's police forces, and you just have sort of EU cooperation bringing gendarmes, carabinieri, whatever, as in police forces, reinforcements in terms of police from other EU countries. Only if and when Russia starts amassing forces on the other side of the border, then the NATO track will tick in my head. And that's the sort of my limit. I'm not an expert on Ukraine or Russia or anything, but in my limited sort of perception and understanding of this is what prevented the Ukrainians from really cracking down really early on. It was the fear of a Russian invasion. I might be very wrong, but why didn't Ukraine do more in the beginning to stamp down on this revolt? Well, perhaps because they feared Russia. And once they got involved, then of course the answer from Russia came anyway. But that will not be the case even in the Baltic states, as in they will try and suppress this, and they will be supported. And if Russia tries to put the kind of pressure they have on Ukraine, then NATO will be there. And if not NATO, then the United States, as in it didn't take many days before the US had 600 paratroopers in the Baltic states. And again, as people here in Norway would actually emphasize in the Ministry of Defense, as in the Article 5 in the Atlantic Treaty is not necessarily a sort of collective defense only. It's also collectively or individually sort of support other allied nations. So Norway would come running to Washington, way, something is going on. Now I'd imagine the Balts will do the same.
Thank you, Paul. There's several other panelists who would like to respond to the questions. So Inge first.
If I may add something to the EU-NATO cooperation, I think you put some rather strict limits on your question. wanted us to answer whether there would be close, constructive, and result-oriented cooperation between the two organizations. And I think, could I pick one of them? because then it might work a little bit better. No, joking aside. I mean, of course, these, and Paul alluded to this, of course, the two organizations have had a sometimes difficult relationship, and there are very good political and organizational reasons for that. But having said that, I think we sometimes focus a little bit too much on the institutions of European integrations and too little on the practical stuff. And if we look at the practical stuff, then European nations cooperate with each other and with the United States in a rather close defense and security cooperation arrangement, be that from doing exercises or cooperating on intelligence, all the way to industrial cooperation, and it is done in different forums, and sometimes it's messy, and sometimes it doesn't produce as many results as one would want to. But we should, on the other hand, not miss the fact that cooperation is close. And that it becomes increasingly important for all of us to be part of all the institutional setups, exactly because the underlying cooperation is strong. And I think when it comes down to dealing with what is happening in the East at the moment, this exactly shows the strengths of this arrangement. And as we all know, these institutions are slow in picking up. But when they finally do, it's actually impressing what they can do. And that very tightly knit security arrangement, which is needed if you want to avoid little green men in places where they are not supposed to be, which is outside Russia, then that is exactly what is needed. And it is what is needed then is also an awareness that various institutional barriers should not stand in the way for doing this. I mean, if you actually need some NATO staff officers or something rather early in that scenario you described, then it should just happen. And perhaps the most important cooperation that the two organizations can do at the moment is to make sure that there are no institutional barriers in the way of doing this. I mean, it shouldn't be some kind of protocol which stands in the way for dealing with real life issues. So I think if I could pick one of them, I think result oriented would be good, and I think we should be happy there.
Thank you. I think Ingrid, you want next?
Short comment about use of military force, and I think the military will be the first to tell about the limitations of use of military force. That's my experience, personal experience, and that's my experience from studying history. And we always know that military force is able to calm down a situation, but it's also a tool to increase tension. And I think we see from what you see in NATO's approach to the Ukraine situation now, with the crisis management we're dealing with, that, for instance, sending a company from Telemark Battalion to Latvia, that is reassurance, and its aim is to calm down the situation and assure that we will support, but we will do whatever we're able to avoid use of force. And teaching cadets in the military academy, we also always focus on how to avoid use of military power, even if we are in a situation with military forces. The very best thing is always to avoid use of violence and weapons.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. Could I add something as well, briefly? I fully subscribe to your sentiments, but I would say the issue is not so much that war is not the answer, it's that war should not be the answer. There's quite a lot of people in the world who do not subscribe to these sentiments, which raises the question what you do in response to them. So, and I think that is how the military would mostly justify their existence. The EU-NATO question and the pre-conflict period preparation one, can I put that sort of together? That I don't think that EU and NATO will begin to cooperate any better. I would also say that the NATO, and I'm going to put it in stark terms, NATO is certainly the less relevant institution in the resolution of the conflict surrounding Ukraine. NATO is there for reassurance, and in the same sort of way as they did during the Cold War. They reassure vulnerable allies, and then by threatening, by deterring the Russians from going further by the threat of world war, there's not much more they can do. There's not much more they can do, other than maybe some training in Ukraine, but it's extremely limited. The EU is the most important actor, and I sense that maybe in Norway, because it isn't in the EU and it is in NATO, that there may be a certain preference to sort of bump up the importance of NATO and hope that that will do most of the heavy lifting, but that's not going to be the case. It's the EU that's going to move this forward. It's not NATO. It's NATO can draw a line in the sand, and that is it. Preparation for pre-conflict period weren't particularly good with the Yugoslav conflict, where they say that the pattern is so similar. Then NATO was stuffed full of Soviet intelligence experts, and although a fair number of them predicted this and noted these things, for political reasons it was sort of difficult to work with the knowledge you had. So it's not so much a lack of understanding, and now we picked it up very quickly, and lots of non-Soviet or non-Russian specialists picked it up rather quickly as well. It's sort of so obvious, but it is, the key question is whether the knowledge is useful, you can do something with it politically, and that is not quite predictable in all situations. That's the rub of the issue. It's not detecting these patterns, which in principle is not so difficult. Okay.
If I may add, I'd say that hindering Russia or any other more or less autocratic and violent-prone country from harming NATO, EU, or other countries, members, one of the best ways of quashing the possibilities or reducing the possibilities for pre-conflict preparations is going further down the EU road. And here NATO also is part of it, in that what was one of the main weaknesses for Ukraine was that its bureaucracy, its armed forces, its intelligence services, the entire society was riddled by corruption, which opened a way for Russia to get inside Ukrainian society and wreak havoc. So to press on with rule of law, transparency, civil rights is a way to deny Russia to operate in the murky areas of society, to limit the corrupted parts of society, is to limit Russia and other totalitarian or autocratic countries space. It is a good insurance. So I would say EU being one of the main actors, but still NATO being a club for democratic, open societies, it is in the long term, this is a way to counter it. So one important thing is not lowering the standards. Not lowering the standards and the demands we put on ourselves as EU members and the demands we put on countries wanting to join the EU or wanting to join NATO. Because if we bring in countries with a huge degree or a large degree of corruption, this is where Russia's going to work. It's their territory. So this is one way to stop or stall pre-planning. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Paul, I will now open some more questions, and you can return. There was 2 hands there, was one over there. So I will start with you, because then we can move the microphone there afterwards.
Thank you. Pia Isaksæter, political scientist. I just one short comment to the lady who talked about peace. I can confirm also, I worked in the Ministry of Defense and the Armed Forces for 11 years, and I have both seen and felt the consequences of military power, but I still believe in it as a useful and necessary tool. Inspired by Paul, I'm going to make a short nerd comment. After managing the Norwegian force contribution to the NRF for years, I was really excited to see reports from Exercise Noble Ledger in September, where we actually had cavalry in the fields of my family's home county of Hedmark, NATO cavalry. So that was really cool. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, there were the gentleman in the blue sweater over there.
Hello, my name is Kim Sabel. I'm head of the Association of War Academy Trained Officers in Norway, and I have a question for the panel. Maybe this is regarding Putin's predictability or total unpredictability. I don't know. You can decide. But do you think, will Putin just go stronger within Russia every time he's able to show his people that he actually dares to ignore NATO and threats by the European Union, etc.? And he will only grow stronger with his own people every time he shows strength. And is this actually quite easy for him? Because he's so confident that NATO will never take initiative to engage in war. He's so confident in that, so he can do whatever he wants to. So therefore, does he at all care what NATO does? What we say, does he care at all? If the European Union initiates economical sanctions, and his people will maybe suffer from that, but they're willing to suffer as long as he can blame the West, and either way he wins. So does he at all care what we do?
Afterwards, James, I will invite you to comment on that if you want to. The next question is behind you, the lady behind you, yes.
Major Hanne Brakstad, student at Norwegian Defence University College. First, a short comment on your challenge to the students, to the lady. It's hard not to agree that war creates a lot of suffering. However, I also do believe that the correct use of military power prevents a lot of suffering, and that's why I can stand here both as a soldier and a woman and be proud of my uniform here today. And then a question to the panel, maybe mostly to your topic, Hilde. To my opinion, there's a fine line, if any, between deterrence and provoking. For example, how would we feel if Russia lined up 25,000 troops on the Norwegian border? Is the NATO strategy to return to exercises only smart? And are there any ways to deter without provoking?
Good questions, all of them. That's the three of you. If you have time, I'll collect more later. So I will return to the panel. Who feel inspired? Who would like to start? With every question they want. The free markets. Paul?
I get all the hard questions. There was only one for me, wasn't there? On can you deter without provoking? Well, Norway obviously traditionally has found a way of doing this, as you probably know. During the Cold War, Norway, and apologies to all of you who know this very well, but as in Norway was trying to balance deterrence and assurance in the sense that Norway really wanted to deter the Soviet Union from attacking Norway, because there was a real fear in Norway that Russia, or Soviet Union rather, would attack Norway and just present a complete to the West and say, okay, we're taking Norway, what do you want to do about it? Do you want a nuclear war? So Norway felt really vulnerable, and the way of sort of handling that was to impose self-imposed restrictions. So Norway would not, for instance, again, you know all this, many of you, would not conduct exercises in Finnmark, also in the far north and east, just as in allied exercises, just to sort of send the signal across the border that yes, we're sort of, NATO is here, but we're not here to provoke you, and NATO is not going to use Norway as a platform for attacking the Soviet Union. We don't sort of going to let you believe that. And another expression, obviously, of that, and perhaps even a more important one, was the sort of this decision to have no peacetime NATO bases, as in troop bases here in Norway, no nuclear weapons, etc., etc. that becomes a bit difficult in the Baltic states. If you're going to show the Balts that you sort of as in you're there and you show the NATO flag, etc., you have to be in their countries, and obviously Russia is going to use that at least as sort of in a political sense to say that this is provocative, and there is a big exercise planned in Finnmark now coming up, which will have also an international participation. It's a national exercise, but it will be sort of quite a lot of international soldiers there. And I don't know quite how many, but this exercise, as far as I know, is going to be 5,000 troops. I'm sure that will be noted by Russia, saying that this is provocative. You're sort of walking away from the traditional line of having no big allied exercises in Finnmark. But do they really have a good reason to be provoked? I'd argue no, as in, given the exercises they have on their side of the border, then this is quite small. So I'm not really answering your question here, but I'm trying to row around. No. But no, as in, it is very difficult, and you need to find a balancing line. And this, I think, is very much a topic. I know it's very much a topic in NATO, and to sort of go bit deeper, as in traditionally, even in the case of steadfast jazz, countries like Germany, and particularly Germany, will always emphasize that if you have a big exercise like this, you need some confidence-building measures around it. You have to do something to compensate and sort of bring the tension down. So NATO is a very diverse organization and a sort of alliance with many countries with different views, and you will always have that voice there. So the voice of reason will exist in NATO. So I believe at least that they will find a balance. That was a long answer, but sorry.
Well, it's a very good question, and I have no patent answer. Rather, I'd like to make it a bit more complicated, because it's not only deterrence and provoking you have to balance. A challenge for NATO, speaking as a researcher in a non-NATO country, a challenge for NATO is that assurance and deterrence is not the same thing. Deterrence has another audience than assurance, and in order to effectively deter, it may be necessary to do things that does not assure at all. And in order to assure, you may do things that do provoke rather than deter. And this is not an easy equation to solve, because you have to assure the Baltic states and other countries, but without provoking Russia, and you have to deter Russia without the Baltic states saying, well, we want more assurance, we want this. But perhaps in some areas you may not. The best way is perhaps to skip assurance and go only for deterrence. But you have to be aware that you can't always do both, and it's not always the same means to doing it. So this has to be an ongoing debate and discussion, and it has to be coupled with confidence-building measures.
James, would you like to comment on the Russian question? Because you think you're the best one to address that one. We'll get the microphone for you.
It's a big question that we obviously need a brief comment now. There is reason to believe on this point that Putin is less confident than the questioner suggests, less and more. I think he perceives that with what he has achieved in Ukraine now, and with the levers at his disposal now, he's created a situation where Ukraine will become increasingly difficult either to manage or rescue for the West, and that is where he wants us to be. And one hopes he doesn't go beyond that.
and there is also a considerable measure of deterrence inside Ukraine that various Ukrainian armed forces and the people of Ukraine have achieved themselves, which back up a professional assessment that I think he does get from the General Staff, that going further will involve far bigger risks than one might think.
Thank you for that. Now I think I'll open again because of 3 or 4 other hands. So you at the far end there? Sorry.
Hello, my name is Lars Lagdem. I'm from the Norwegian Staff College. I got a comment regarding what was said about the Norwegian reassuring policy during the Cold War, and to Colonel Gjerde's comment, who said something like, the use of force is never the best option. It is always better to avoid the use of force. I tend to disagree. I think in order for diplomacy to be effective, diplomacy and negotiations, one need to convince the counterpart of what lines not to cross, and one need to show the credibility regards to the consequences, for instance, the use of force. Regarding today's situation in Russia, I am promoting or an advocate to make a firm stance and communicate clearly what lines not to cross, and we need to show the will to follow up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the gentleman there in the second row.
Colonel Pete Scammell, I'm the U.S. Army Attaché to Norway. First of all, Paul referenced your comment about Uncle Sam. A paid message, Uncle Sam will be there for Norway. You can bank on it. I wanted to make a comment about the exercises. For example, if you contrast the NATO exercises like Steadfast Jazz in 2013, which I took part in, with some of the Russian exercises like Zapad, first of all, there's no comparison. The NATO exercise has confidence and security building measures, distinguished visitor days, public media days. The scenario itself is shared with visitors. It has no identified nation as an adversary, whereas the Russian exercise will specifically identify NATO and the Baltic states as adversaries and mass 60,000 troops on NATO borders. So it's completely different. No DV day, it's completely opaque. My question, though, concerns sport. It's hard to believe that 2 years ago, the European Championships of Football was co-hosted by Ukraine and Poland. And Jan Willem, I'm sorry to bring this miserable European Championships up for you as a Dutchman. But in 4 years' time, Russia will host the World Cup, and I'm wondering if we could see any sort of boycott from nations or even the withdrawal of Russian sponsorship, coerced or otherwise, by FIFA, and your thoughts on that. If the illegal annexation of Ukraine's Crimea region is not enough to sort of disinvite Russia as a host, is this not a reward for bad behavior? Thank you.
I will let that go. That's okay. There's a question here in front row. It's a little bit off topic, but it's very interesting. Lots of politics and sports. Please.
Hello, my name is Annette Bastviken. I recently graduated from King's College. And I have a comment, just maybe so we can spark some debate here. And I'm going to ask, is it possible that Norway is actually deterred from Russia, or by Russia, not to have exercises in Finnmark or further north?
Good question. Very good question. Okay, I think there was one more hand. Nina, of course. Sorry.
It's in the same.
Yeah.
It's in the same sort of field. Firstly, I think that the defense minister made a quite good comment about the Russian overflights, where she said that Norway does not feel directly threatened by them. So it's also a case of how we read these things. We should remember that one. You can also decide to read them in a certain way. And also the Norwegian head of the military mission in Brussels said that the media has written a lot about the overflights and other actions by Russia in Europe, but he said it's all in the international territory. So it's also a question how this is being handled by the media. A short comment to the EU-NATO relationships, which I'm actually studying. You're very right that in the field, there is absolutely no problems with informal cooperation. You know, in operations Atalanta and Ocean Shield in the Gulf of Aden, in Kosovo, as well as in Afghanistan, this cooperation is quite smooth, as long as it happens sort of under the radar of the politicians and is informal. So this is absolutely one way of going. And a final comment to Europe and the EU, because I think that's always the answer. Or someone saying, well, this is not up to NATO, we should use the European Union. And although I am sort of very positive and sympathetic to that way of thinking, I also think it's a way of sort of also not pushing it under the carpet, but still there is no solution in that, is it? And the EU machinery is also very slow-working machinery.
Thank you. We're running out of time, so I will, if you can manage to absorb a few more questions, because that will be the last round. Is that okay with you? There was, let me see, there was you, and there was one over there, and one over there. That's the three. That's it.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Yankov of the Norwegian Army Staff. I might be a simple-minded army officer, but the title of this debate is the consequences for the armed forces, and so far I've heard only consequences for policymakers. I would like to challenge the panel here, because the way I see it, the consequences from the armed forces as a return of geography and all the other issues that have been elaborated on today is more on a cognitive level. How do we enable future officers to navigate in the plethora of duties and complexities they're expected to navigate in? And how do we capture the challenges of future strategic and operational environments in current education and training to ensure that the armed forces remain useful tools for the policymakers in the future, and not just looking at what's happening today with the policy making? Thank you.
Good question. Let's go. Don't forget the headline of the discussion here. Let's see. The gentleman in the grey T-shirt.
Stefan Jensen, Norwegian Army. I'm on leave. It was commented earlier that it was the very flexible and integrated use of different forms of armed forces and political means and informational means that Russia used in Ukraine was made possible by its different political tradition from the West. To what extent is our own ability to integrate armed forces with other means limited by our own Western tradition?
Thank you. And then the gentleman there.
My name is Luke Odian. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. My bottom line in this are my 4 children. And I've got 2 little ones over here and 2 back in the States. Under President Bush, the conventional prompt global strike, basically first strike system, was stopped. But under President Obama, it's been resumed. Also, we're setting up missile defenses in Romania as well as Poland, etc. And then the Kiev coup, which broke the Budapest Memorandum Treaty. And I think the Russians interpreted it as a declaration of political war, if not military war. I think they're scared. And they have talked about their dead hand protocol of automatic response to their system thinking they're being attacked. So my question is, it looks like we're setting up a first strike scenario. So is there any thinking in the West that a preemptive first strike could be feasible and that a resulting war could be winnable?
Well, thank you. That's certainly bringing the consequences for the armed forces back in. We will now, each panelist, you don't have to answer all of questions, of course, so please select what you find most relevant for you, and we'll start in the reverse order. So at the far end, Jan Willelm, if you may start, if you are prepared. If not, I can I can always challenge Paul. Yeah, so this will be the closing round of comments. A little bit ahead of schedule, but I think we had a long enough debate, so that's it. Please.
me say something first of all about deterrence and provocation. It may be the case that exercises, you may have the intent to provoke. You may have the intent by staging exercises in order to provoke a certain kind of reaction on the other side. What I would say about NATO is that it has traditionally studiously avoided that by a variety of mechanisms, many of which have been mentioned. You announce your exercises, you may keep them quite small, you don't get them too close to the border, etc., etc., etc. And it seems to be continuing in that kind of tradition. But it is entirely possible to use them as an element of an active policy in which you want to send stronger signals to an adversary, and you may want him to give you something in return. I don't think, and I don't expect that that is a NATO way, but that is possible. But it is certainly a possibility, or even a likelihood, that on the Russian side these things are understood a bit more expansively or offensively than they may be intended on the NATO side. Hence, it reinforces the caution even more, which I think adds up to an overall NATO posture of being quite defensive about this all, and trying to really not be seen to be doing that much actively militarily in order to roll back things, which brings me to the EU. That the EU role, I would think, is the obvious one because A, you don't want to militarize the conflict further and escalate it, which you might do by getting NATO more actively involved. The second reason is because the solutions are more in the hands of the European Union. The solutions are political, economic ones. That's where the West can move forward and try and achieve something. In military terms, we may not want to do it, and it probably, or in my judgment, there's not much we can really do beyond what we're already doing. So I think it is really, the ball is in the EU's court. Sports boycott, I don't want to go into that. We'll see when it comes to it. I'm sure there's some people in the policy world trying to work out contingencies and sort of hoping that things will have moved in such a way that they don't have to worry about it too much, but it may come to it at the last moment and be very awkward for many people involved. Consequences for the armed forces. What I would say is two things. One is that I would warn, or I would caution, I should make it more cautious, I would caution against attaching too much importance to what is happening in Ukraine, and about reverting maybe too much to old thinking that an older world is reasserting itself. So that is, I think, one of the things I would strongly urge people in the military to take away from today. The second thing is you put your finger on what is one of the critical elements for the modern military. Is it how do you do military education? How should the military be educated in the 21st century? And this is one that, it is in a state of flux. It is in a state of flux. And it is driven by a number of pressures which are not necessarily the right kind of pressures, but they do create opportunities for being more imaginative and being also more experimental in military education than have existed before. The main drivers at the moment are that military education should be academicized so that officers can get degrees, and if they retire earlier, they have a possibility of another career, which is fair enough, fine by itself, which creates a lot of tension with the older ideas of what the military should really learn. But it does create an opening, as I said, to think more imaginatively about what the military are for, what the range of possibilities is they might face in future, to become, and I put it in quotation marks, to sort of engage more honestly, if I can put it like that, with the political. Not to see it as a narrow profession. Not to see it as a narrow profession. It ain't that anymore. That's no longer fit for purpose. You've got a profession with enormous responsibility, with enormous challenges, because, as the Colonel said in the beginning, every case seems to be a new one, a different one, a unique one, although that's not quite true, I think. But it seems like it's a new one, and it's always one you didn't expect. Yeah? It seems to have been, every time past 25 years, you end up in a place you didn't expect ending up in. So you need to really be educated in a way that you have, first and foremost, the intellectual tools of coping with that situation. It's first and foremost, it has to be an education that gives you the intellectual tools. And that is not so easy to introduce in the military educational system, but it has to be the aim. It has to be the aim. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Paul.
Okay, thank you. First the question, Ms. Basviken, about is Norway being deterred by Russia? And I think, yeah, you can say that. Norway knows that if Russia wants to challenge, if Russia wants to challenge it, it has the levers, and there are many opportunities to do that. And obviously, the Achilles heel is the economic zone around Svalbard, where Russia has ample opportunity to cause havoc and create great problems. So yeah, as in Norway, obviously, as in the Cold War, Norway is adopting a careful line because it knows it should not provoke its neighbor in the east, and that's deterrence in many ways. EU, first, very quickly. I think I agree a bit more with Jon Willelm than you, Nina, in the sense that I think the EU has shown in the Ukraine crisis that if there is a political will to do something, they will do it. The sanctions, yeah, they came a bit slow, but they came. And I think that if Russia were to go even further, the EU would as in step up its response as well. I might be wrong, but that's my take on it. But also sort of picking on your point about sort of don't believe that sort of going back to good old days as in Cold War and doing just Article 5 is the business of the future, and I fully agree. And if you listen to NATO officials when they talk, and even at the height of the Ukraine crisis, you will hear them say, yes, East, assurance, important, but look to the South as well. Because the consensus position in NATO is that, yes, the Ukraine crisis is important, but NATO doesn't really have a role. As in, yes, we're going to assure the Baltic states, we're going to assure Poland, all the allies. We're not going to do that for the partners, and that's one of the wake-up calls for even virtual allies like Sweden and Finland, that Article 5 stops at NATO's borders. And if you're not a member, you're not covered. Sorry. And you don't get the access. As in Sweden and Finland and the other close partners got a lot of access to decision-making even in NATO in an ISAF setting. The door was closed when there was Article 5 talk. So NATO will have to continue to be both a regional defense organization focused on defending its allies and assuring its allies, but also a global security provider that will probably for a long time have a lower level of ambition than it has had for 2 decades, but the ambition will still be there. NATO will have to show its relevance for those members who are not as concerned about security in Europe as Norway or some of the other countries are. And finally, effect for the armed forces. The sum of all of this, I think I mentioned it, at least sort of indirectly in my talk, is practically it means that if you go back to operational duty, you're going to be doing a lot of exercises, and you're not going to be doing them just in Norway. You're going to be traveling around Europe doing exercises, and you're going to be exercising all kinds of scenarios, going from Article 5 in the Skolken scenario to the good old, which you probably still use, as in the Eurasia 2 scenario, crisis response operations. Thank you.
Thank you. Mikkel, so should we add UEFA to the EU toolbox? I hope somebody answered that question.
No, I would actually like to focus on consequences for the armed forces. I was told that was what we were supposed to be talking about.
Absolutely.
No, because actually, and this echoes some of the stuff my fellow panelist has been pointing to. But the real point of what has been happening in Ukraine is that actually the whole drive within NATO to have more deployable, more flexible forces was the right thing to do. And the right thing to do carrying on is to developing that further. It might be you want to train how to put them in the Baltics, but that is, in conceptual terms, not nearly as big a shift as the one we experienced in the 1990s, where they had to change from being forces who were going to stay put, deter, and defeat a potential enemy showing up, to being basically deployable forces in very complicated settings. And I mean, that is also something we have been talking a lot on this panel, but I would like to emphasize it again. The fact that military forces are very much smaller than they used to be, and that these smaller forces are going to be used with a lot larger logistical footprint and with a lot of other enablers which make them forces which doesn't really look at all like the ones you would have facing the Soviet Union in the 1980s. And operating as such within a larger civilian cooperation framework means that entire transformation of the forces is going to continue, and going to provide for a much more complicated everyday life for people in the military, exactly because you have to be deployed on very different things, and the demands for your flexibility and other things you might be taught, but what you really have to train, will only increase. The interesting thing is, of course, that if that is the case, how does that affect defense economics? How large a shift into logistics and other enablers are we going to see in European armed forces? Because one fact of how we have been dealing with that whole transformation issue for the last 20 years is that we, to a very large extent, have depended on a few European great powers and the United States to provide a lot of these logistics and enablers. And of course, we also depended on Ukraine to provide a lot of transport planes and so on. That might not happen anytime soon again. So actually what we have been investing in, and that is perhaps mostly true for small NATO countries, is that we have been investing in troops which could be deployed and could be sustained and could be enabled by someone else somewhere else. Is it actually so that the Ukraine crisis means that we will have to invest in those logistics and those enablers ourselves? If so, that put a different spin on that whole discussion of European defense budgets, because that's going to be damn expensive.
Thank you, Mikkel. Fredrik?
Yes, I'll jump at the U.S. first strike question. Thank you. It is one of the things we have to tackle, and it's not an easy one. The Russian political and military leadership seems to have a far-going threat assessment bordering on paranoia, where they see a US hand in almost anything that happens in the world. Prompt global strike is nowhere near being a first strike instrument. US cruise missiles are not close either. Missile defense, in any of its incarnations so far, and planned incarnations, can only marginally affect Russian second strike capability, can only marginally affect Russian nuclear weapons. There are some possible effects, yes, but on the margins. This does not stop Moscow, people in Moscow, from seeing this as real threats. This does not stop military thinkers and political persons saying aloud things like that the Ebola virus was made in the US and released on purpose in Africa to reduce the population there. The tsunami was made by the US. The US tested a new kind of weapon which could create a tsunami wave. The US has a capability to create hurricanes.
the US is developing weapons along new physical principles. I guess these weather-induced weapons are part of that. The Arab Springs, the color revolutions, and the events in Kiev was masterminded by the United States. And there was just one purpose, and that is to weaken the states. You use climatic weapons, you use diseases, you use social media to create revolution, uprisings, and this is all a preparation for the big war when you're going to attack. And of course Russia is the target, because there's no one else in the world that's worthy of attacking. I wouldn't say that they live and breathe with these views, but they are there, and they are expressed worryingly often. I can't see anything we can do to stop them from doing that, because they make up their own worldview from this, and I'd say concessions from US would only trigger their suspicions to, all right, what are they now up to? They're trying to fool us. Dedicated, long-term, confidence-building measures, yes, that may work. But we have to live with the Russians and possibly others having, in our world, distorted view of US capabilities and intentions, and in the prolongation NATO intentions and capabilities. That we have to deal with. It's not easy to persuade them that, well, the world isn't the way you think. We're quite nice, actually. It's not going to persuade them.
Thank you. Please, Ingrid, last few words about military consequences.
First of all, the comment from the major over here tells me that the first thing you should learn, future officers, is to communicate clearly. Because since I'm wearing this uniform, of course I believe in the use of force when required. My point was that if you can achieve political and military objectives without use of force, then I would avoid it. But there are many examples of use of force as vital, and our freedom today is thanks to soldiers in the Second World War. So let me make that quite clear. I believe in use of force. When that's said, when we should sum up the debate, I would say very much as the same as the colleague here, that prepare for an uncertain future, and do not only focus on today's conflicts. I believe in closer allied cooperations when it comes to material, when it comes to solving conflicts in every manner. I believe in building political competence among officers and among politicians when it comes to other competence in modern conflicts. And I believe in a strong intel society to predict future conflict early. And finally, I believe when we're training and building officers for the future, that they should have strong skills in analyzing situations and strong judgment in order to solve all kinds of operations in the best manner, in a broad spectrum of tasks and operations. I think that concludes my
Perfect.
points.
Thank you so much. Sorry about the football question. I wasn't properly answered. If I was to answer, I said, guess everybody is now hoping that things will normalize so that you don't have to deal with it when time comes by the championship. But I'm sure it will pop up as a delicate issue at the time if we're still in the situation we are today. Now, before opening for the closing remarks by Rear Admiral Louis Dedichen, I would just, please, all of you, share your hand with me, the captain in hand. And we have a lovely book. The old-fashioned notebook.
Thank you.
Over you. Thank you. Mikkel already got one. All right, thank you so much. Now, Admiral, please, the floor is yours. Just clean up my desk here.
Dear friends, all good things come to an end, also this seminar. And I hope that you agree with me, because I think that this seminar has been a very good one. It really pleases me to see so much competence in one room, and I think that both the debates and the introductions, they have been truly excellent. Allow me, however, to reflect on the highlights of today's program, and overall it strikes me that today's key word must be quality and relevance. Our defense minister opened the show by giving us an excellent overview from her perspective, including reflections on Russia, Southern Europe, Norwegian armed forces, and of course international operations. And I'm extremely thankful for the fact that the Minister of Defense uses her precious time on us. And then Mikkel Rasmussen from the Danish Ministry of Defense. He's a true Clausewitzian thinker. He gave us valuable reflections on consequences of austerity, being changes in both ways and means. And James Sherr from Chatham House. I have the deepest respect for your experience and knowledge, and you enlightened us on how Russia thinks. Nina Græger, she asked whether NATO is going back to its roots. And you gave us valuable insight, and you reminded us on the unarguable fact that cooperation also within NATO needs to be based on trust. And from King's College, Honig, you gave us an up-to-date introduction on Clausewitz's thinking about war as part of politics. And the takeaway for us in uniform is that we also need to think politically. And then we had Fredrik Westerlund from FOI, who gave us a deeper insight on how Russia has used different military forces in Ukraine, and how Russia uses both nuclear and non-nuclear show of force as a deterrence of NATO. And then we had Paul Hilde, my own Paul Hilde. I have to admit I didn't listen to you, Paul, because I was absent. But anyway, I know the program.
He did very well.
I'm sure he always does.
I'm sure he deserves a raise.
Yeah. But anyway, your topic was use of military force and training and exercises. And I'm again sure that you did well. Thank you so much. And then back to the very beginning of today's seminar, Ulf Sverdrup, and he was also quoted by the minister, and he pointed out that a seminar like this, it does not just happen. It's actually a result of hard work and a fruitful cooperation. And I have to tell you that the cooperation between the Norwegian Defence University College and NUPI has never been better. And we've already started the planning of next year's seminar with even higher ambitions. I would like first and foremost to thank the audience, because we had 170 people signed up today, and that is quite impressive. And I noted that we had 3 ambassadors present, and that is also very impressive. And also for civilians and people from different organizations. I'm so pleased that you take your time to be here. I've seen retired people coming here, and I know that some of the participants, they didn't have any option because they are students from the Command and Staff College. So they had to be here. But that point was also underlined by Honig, because this is actually part of our military education, this military power seminar. I would also like to thank the organizations behind the seminar, and that is NUPI, or the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs, and my own Norwegian Institute of Defense Studies, and also the Command and Staff College. I will also like to give special thanks to you distinguished speakers, and one I didn't mention in, after having seen the program was you, Ingrid. But I think it was very valuable, the insights you gave, and it was all based on your very impressive experience. So thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. It's also very, I think it's a modern sign that both in the panels and among the speakers, we've had female participants today. And I think that's just the start of something bigger. So why don't you just join me in an imaginary toast for the organizers, both at the Institute for Defense Studies, NUPI, the Command and Staff College, and for the speakers, and to all of you in the audience. Skål.